just an illusion. And as I turn in, a rumor has it she's not human. She's out of touch, so rough, ahead of the game. It's not enough for her to leave them in flames. She's out of touch, so rough and so hard to tame. You know that later she play it ice cold. Just for her amusement, a 30-second romance. What else were you assuming? She's out of touch, so rough, ahead of the game. It's not enough for her to leave them in flames. She's out of touch, so rough and so hard to tame. You know that later she's playing ice cold. She's playing ice cold.
Somebody blow up the ceiling, 'cause we're back with another one. Can't get enough of this feeling. I can't sit around. Don't you wanna start over? Don't worry about a thing now. We were born for this moment, but we gotta go now. There's nothing you can't do if you want it. Dreaming day and night, yeah. Gonna get it right, yeah. There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? I wanna change it up. I can't get enough. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. What's next?
push myself right to my limit. Studied my craft, so know the past. Don't hold me back, I've learned my lesson. I got that money on my mind and I'm ready to go. Don't need a man to be defined, don't need you no more. I like the $100 bills, flaunt them out for show. I'm in the zone and I just hit a strike. Haters got me singing like 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 I got that money on my mind and I'm ready to go. Don't need a man to be defined, don't need you no more.
Easy come, easy it goes. It might be hard to see in the midst of it all. Oh, yeah. Sometimes it's hard to remember. Was easy to love, yeah. I need an adventure that wipes off the dust we carry with us. The way I slide through the night, drifting to the night sky. The vibe, what a vibe, kinda gets me high. I slide through the night, right along the coastline. The vibe, feel the vibe, get me high. Deep down I know what holds me in place. We gotta chase it down. No, just give me some space. Sometimes it's hard to remember. Was easy to love, yeah. I need an adventure that wipes off the dust we carry with us. The way I slide through the night, drifting to the night sky. The vibe, what a vibe, kinda gets me high. I slide through the night, right along the coastline. The vibe, feel the vibe, get me high. Slide through the night, drifting to the night sky. The vibe, what a vibe, kinda gets me high. I slide through the night, right along the coastline. The vibe, feel the vibe, get me high. just playing ice cold.
Turn up, I wanna feel the bass in my bones. We taking over from your head to your toes. So take a picture, yeah, I'm striking a pose. We're on fire. We're on fire. Loving every minute, every day, every hour.
As we look to kick off the penultimate Playday of the Oceanic Challenger League here in Stage 2, there is a dream that is still very much alive, but it comes down to today and how our matches go, gentlemen. Let's quickly dive into it. Get a Grip LFO have a chance. They need this week and next week to go their way. And, I mean, look, Cthulhu, that's kind of how OCL has gone since it started, isn't it?
Yeah, it's always been down to the very last moment, down to the very last play day where teams get those teeny tiny chances, and on the some miracle run, look, sometimes the miracles do in fact happen.
And Proto, as we jump on into our standings, let's get onto the team itself. Get a Grip LFO, you will see them in second place. They are, well, exactly one win behind Circular Spheres. They need to win tonight. Circular Spheres need to lose. And then Get a Grip LFO also need the same to happen next week.
Yeah, looking at the rest of the standings and the matchups for said teams, it's not looking like it's going to shape out to be that, but with a little bit of luck, Get a Grip might find themselves in that top spot, provided that everything falls into place for them.
I mean, obviously coming hot off of last week, the big talking point was Altered Edge finally getting points on the leaderboard, an overtime victory to boot. But as we turn our heads towards tonight's matches, of course, the possibilities are not over for them. Match 1 of the day, Get a Grip LFO need to take down Nutty Gaming to keep the dream alive. Big Dogs versus 1620 Kings. Match 3, promising to be a fun one for those of us that get tongue-tied on broadcast day. Proto, Altered Zelios versus Altered Edge. And closing it out, Dynasty need to be in Get a Grip LFO's corner to keep the dream alive as well, taking on Circular Spheres. I mean, Cthulhu, the first and fourth matches, there are some big stakes if they go Get a Grip LFO's way.
Absolutely, absolutely. Honestly, I'm quite excited to see how Get a Grip LFO will be able to, get that very said proverbial grip. But honestly, Circular Spheres versus Dynasty, I feel this is kind of the main dish, whereas majority of the matches for tonight could be feeling like a little bit of an entree.
Yeah, look, but Proto, I mean, you were there. Altered Edge finally got themselves a win on the board last week after absolute famine. They started feasting, but this week, I mean, Altered Zelios, bit of a 50-50 team. Sometimes they show up, sometimes they don't. What do you reckon their odds are tonight?
It's all about fun on the day, I think, for Altered Zelios. But yeah, Altered Edge haven't had the greatest up until last week. So coming into today's play day, it's going to be, I reckon, a telling match for them. They're relatively similar. It's sort of the bottom end. So if they can take it and start putting some more points on the board, I mean, good for Altered Edge. But Altered Zelios, I mean, given that, they've also been looking relatively good, with some changes and whatnot, not going to let it happen, I'd imagine.
Well, let's get on into map 1 and see how things will play out. Get a Grip LFO taking on Nutty Gaming. Get a Grip. Oh, look, despite that one loss to Circular Spheres, have looked rather good. So let's be honest, Nutty Gaming, do you reckon that despite recent success, Get a Grip might just still run them over?
Yeah, look, I think Get a Grip will definitely be going into this very matchup as the very largely the favorites. I mean, Owen, Karma, River, 90 Jin, and Drivzone, look, it's a roster that went through a huge amount of glow up, and from a team that was very much at the bottom of the barrel last season, now into the team that is very much contesting for that top 2, if not top 1, very much easily they could overpower Nutty Gaming here. And I mean, with a cat there as well for 90 Jin.
Yeah,
true. That is a sixth member.
We've got to remember the power, the cat buff for Jin. It's his good luck charm. It shows that we obviously, they decided it was an outdoor cat the week they decided to play Circular Spheres and Playday 4. But Proto, I mean, Nutty Gaming, they've been slapped around a little bit the last couple of weeks. Do you reckon they're looking for a bit of, comeback time, bit of revenge against the Challenger League?
Definitely looking to do some damage, I'd imagine. I mean, Panda, as you said, not the greatest week last. I mean, a 7-3 loss to Spheres. No real surprise, but we keep in mind that game had 4 1-versus-1 clutches in it, and that is the current top place holder for the Challenger League in this stage. So if NTE bring that same type of game that we saw from them last week, I definitely think that there is a good chance that they may even get a grip to overtime, possibly even a win for them tonight, if they can keep that type up.
Yeah, but I mean, you look at the record across the board, the most rounds Antic have gone to in a map that they've lost is 4. Ironically, against Altered Edge and Playday 2. They have been looking good, Cthulhu. I mean, if you're Nutty Gaming, what factor do you want coming into this match that could undo Get a Grip?
Honestly, I think it is just to lean a little bit more into either just go overboard with the chaotic nature. Oh my god.
Chaotic hit.
The timing on that is perfect.
Who is this?
The timing is just absolutely perfect.
I'm in your walls.
I am in your walls.
The only problem I think there is they might struggle to hit their shots if they're that close to the screen and staring into the camera.
What do you mean? Mental warfare there, Panda.
You know this isn't a stare down, Cthulhu. Get a Grip are not looking at the cameras right now. This is not something that they're aware of that's going on. So look, Nutty Gaming can play at the mental side of it all they want. But the obvious thing has to be Get a Grip have looked solid up to this point. The one blip on their record being Circular Spheres. I mean, is there even a map, do you reckon, Proto, that Nutty Gaming could take them to upset maybe?
I mean, Oregon has been the map that they have looked the best on, sort of without a doubt. I mean, they beat Altered Edge, Playday number 1. That's the map last week that they did real good damage on Spheres. So if they're going to be hoping for anything, it's going to be Oregon. But, if Get a Grip have done their homework, they're not going to let that one through. Or maybe they are still confident. But regardless, I think Oregon would probably be the deal breaker here if it was any map out of sort of all of them. Clubhouse maybe as well could be, but yeah, definitely basics.
Well, let's find out. Let's figure out where they are going to be playing, of course. So far, Get a Grip LFO have been pretty basic. They've kept it simple, but this is anything but Cthulhu. Coming into this week, Get a Grip's map pool has consisted of Oregon, Villa, and Clubhouse. Theme Park is a bit of a detour away from what has been the staple for them. Is this where Nutty Gaming solidify Circular Spheres as the kings of OCS Stage 2? Oh, OCL Stage 2.
You say that. I mean, for Nutty Gaming, it is a bit of a double-edged sword because, yes, this is a map where not a whole lot of teams do practice, not a whole lot of teams do play. But this same thing could be applying here to Nutty Gaming. They've been trying to stick around for a very kind of classical almost map pool for themselves. Going into Theme Park is going to be quite a drastic change here. And meanwhile, for Get a Grip, all they need to really keep on doing here on Theme Park, and that is kind of the bottom line for their performance, is crank up their mechanical performance, and that's it. That's the dub.
I mean, Proto, you look there, Nutty Gaming banning away the 3 maps I was just talking about. Clubhouse, Villa, and Oregon all taken away by them. Get a Grip sort of had the options of where they wanted to go. It was Cafe or Theme Park. I mean, weighing up those 2 maps, do you think they made the right choice?
I definitely think, if they look at it in sort of regards of comfort, Cafe definitely would have been more of a safe bet for NTE this is, if they'd let that through. So sort of throwing them in the deep end, I think a little bit here with Theme Park is going to be really good for both teams respectively. It's going to give Nutty a chance to sort of show off what they've been working on in their off-play time, and then Get a Grip are definitely going to have, I would say, a little bit more of an upper hand, given that they are a little bit more cohesive, a little bit more sort of chemistry-wise, looking a lot nicer. Strategy, all that sort of comes into play too. So NTE definitely going to have to dig deep today if they want to walk away with anything, because Cafe definitely would have been the sweeter of the deal.
I mean, I'm thinking way back, Stage 1 last year. Unfortunately, before your time, Cthulhu, not before mine. I'm a bit of a boomer here in the OCL, unfortunately. But I mean, That's where this roster, I mean, I can't even remember what they were called back then. That's how long ago it was. They started their OCL campaign on Cafe, taking down Fury. Now, it was a different Fury roster at the time, of course. It has gone through many changes, but that's still a map that they have known and loved in this competition. But Theme Park, it's a little bit different. It's come back after a bit of an extended break. It's a map that I loved. I really did enjoy Theme Park. I was sad they took it out. I'm glad now that it's back. But I mean, look, Cthulhu, you're coming into this map. You're Nutty Gaming. Are we going to see that Finker ban that has become that much more prevalent over the last couple of weeks? And it's that one that teams need to prove that they can play without.
Look, I think in terms of this very matchup, I think there's not much of a proving that you can play with or without the Finker. I think this is more so just, can they keep on scoring the wins no matter what? So I think in terms of Theme Park for Nutty Gaming, Finker would be nearly a necessity on at least a number of pushes. Having that sort of, or at least being able to circumvent that sort of damage permanence from the get-go would be very much important here for them. And just to be able to, say they've made a mistake at just pushing a certain position, got psyched up heavily, get that health back in, and then reconsider another push. So this is where it is going to go down to them basically almost maybe needing to use some of those quote-unquote crutch picks. But in reality, it will also test their sort of mobility and ability to change their approach mid-round.
Yeah, I mean, approach, a big part of this map, of course, Proto. Timing, one of the biggest issues that attacking teams face on a map like Theme Park, given its breadth. I mean, is that something that is going to punish or play into the hands of Get a Grip, do you reckon?
I definitely think it's going to help Get a Grip a little bit. It's, as you said, it's a map that has a lot of breadth. There's a lot to cover, especially on the attacking side. And if we look forward into, I mean, even if we look back into maps that we've seen played already, I mean, 8-7, the 16-20 Kings game, it did come down to a lot of 20-second pushes in 4v4s, 5v5s. You get one pick on the roam type thing, and then you have to play for the site fight. So that is where Get a Grip thrive, sort of a little bit in that hyper aggression. I mean, you've got Jin, you've got Karma, mechanically gifted when they're put in the right position, and when the chaos breaks loose, that is that position. So having a map like Theme Park, I mean, if they can sort of to make it to that 20-second meta of old, definitely will be a beneficiary for them.
I mean, we're just waiting on the players to get ready for Cthulhu, but I mean, look, the last couple of weeks have not been ideal for either of these teams. You have to admit, yes, Get a Grip, they've sort of kept themselves in that second place, but it very much has felt like keeping your head above water rather than actually competently swimming right now. Nutty Gaming, they're just sort of looking to prove that they belong in this Oceanic Challenger League competition. Do you reckon this is sort of that turning point? If Nutty Gaming can take down a team like Get a Grip, they prove that they deserve to be here. Whereas for Get a Grip, if they win this, they keep that dream alive. So is this sort of a turning point, do you reckon, for both teams?
I think it may just end up being actually a completely different turnaround. Yes, for Nutty Gaming, you're very much correct here, Panda, that, yeah, look, they need to make sure if they win this out, that, yeah, this is the good one. This is where they kind of show that, yeah, look, they have finally achieved that sort of growth, and this is where they kind of become at least now a proven OCL team. Whereas for Antic, or rather ex-Antic roster, now Get a Grip, it is a matchup that they need to win, no matter what, and it's just either purely for the fact that it's just their run, at least in the second place, to just show that, hey, we're a team that if not to make into the promo Relo match, at least it would get them a really good seeding going into the OCS as well. So for them, it is more so just a regular day in the office, but it's still crucial for them to keep on winning.
I mean, you mentioned OCL, like, oh dear.
Cat buff.
It's
Cat buff, yeah.
Yeah,
that's just overcharged at this point for 19.
But you gotta wonder. You gotta wonder here, Proto. I mean, there is a that chemical that the brain produces in those situations when you're around, your pets and all that.
There's a few actually.
Do you reckon that takes a little bit of 90 Jin's killer edge off coming into today's match? Too much time petting, the pets in the background, and he comes to the computer and it's like, well, I don't actually feel like shooting anymore.
Look, there's definitely some passive nature when you've got the goodest of boys, making loaves on the bread. But I don't know. I think Jin is definitely hardwired killer. He doesn't miss. you know, you give him the information, he's in, and without a doubt, he gets the job done. So hopefully he can do that even with the cap buff, but regardless, I just think it makes it a whole lot more interesting.
Well, speaking of getting on in and fragging, Cthulhu, let's go and do so. Observe the fragging, that is, rather. Proto is going to go chill for a bit. He's going to come back next map, of course. Theme Park, operator bans coming into play here. Get a grip, start off on the attack, and they're a team who've proven flexible in their attack, whereas Nutty Gaming, I mean, look, this is really where they want to establish themselves here on this defense.
Very much so, yeah. Defense will be very much beneficial here for Nutty Gaming to kick things off, to get that early momentum. Bans-wise, look, everything could really happen. Thatcher off the board, understandably so. The SAS operator, especially on maps like Theme Park, does allow a lot of rather easier breach to be done. Second one on board is actually Jackal that is going to be banned out by Get a Grip. So now we're starting to lean into the fact that Get a Grip are looking to get a little bit more mobile, and Jackal, out of all the operators, does kind of lock things down.
Valkyrie as well. I mean, those are two key parts of any sort of setup. The Theme Park, I mean, on the attack, you want that Jackal to flush out those roamers, given how widespread Theme Park is. Of course, there is those nooks and crannies that you know, defender can sit and play for those late game flanks. Valkyrie much the same on the attack, sets it up, and Mira will be the follow-up. So Azami will be in play on the side of the defense. So will the Kaid. And that makes for an interesting prospect, given that Thatcher has been banned out.
Milish would want to have a word with you if he keeps on hearing you call him Kaid. The man has been rather vocal previously before about the pronunciation of the Moroccan operator, but look. Curious about, yeah, how will this very match really go on for? We were talking about, you know, Finka being, you know, one of those key operators that could be beneficial for Nutty Gaming once they do go onto the attack, but yeah, look, she's all well and healthy, gonna be off the sub bench. Introducing Iorix for Kulo. I want to say it feels almost right because he did pick it before, but it's a bit of a...
I do rate it on this map though. I mean, you look at how widespread Theme Park is. You look at the hatch placement. And, I mean, especially coming into a site like this one, bunk and daycare, you think about the hatches, you think about how teams tend to execute on this map. And the possibility of a late round Oryx rotate coming through is a terrifying one.
That is true. That is a very good point. 5 seconds remaining. Certainly keen to see how we'll, you know, Oryx will really, whether Oryx will even be able to have the impact that we sort of expecting him to have. Because on the side of Get a Grip, I mean, you look at how robust the lineup is. You have technically River and Owen to do the soft breaching with the utility one way or the other. Karma and River again could be dealing with all of the electrical and non-electrical utility. And then Drift Zone there for the breaching, plus the secondary hard breach for Owen and Jin on the Finka. So you have literally, like, this is the definition of covering every possible scenario here for Get a Grip.
Yeah, so far it's all coming together. I mean, the Rotero play coming in for River is going to be hugely influential, clearing out a lot of that utility. The mute is in play for Mellow, but obviously pairing it with the likes of a Twitch, there are ways to get around it. So Get a Grip's approach so far looking quite clean. A lot of chip damage early on, but with a shot like that Drift, what a way to bite back at Orion.
That's really nice as well. That is a fair bit of the congestion out of the equation. Now push for the initiation actually coming around. Kulo already spotted by the drones as well, and the frag grenade starting to come around. Might just end up getting flustered as well, and indeed he does. Too much information and too much rather attention towards that Twitch drone, and Jin does get rid of him.
Big shots on to start the map, of course, and that late round Oryx no longer a thing, unfortunately. Good shots out of Mellow. Removing that Finka from play. No more will the nano boost come in, but Owen's in from behind for 2, just punching on into Daycare and single-handedly taking control. Spots the final and closes it out 2. Look at that. Get a Grip. Have a chokehold here on Theme Park.
I see what you did there, Panda. But, yeah, very much so. They do have a chokehold here over at least the first round. That was a really clean turnout, whereas on the side of Nutty Gaming, quite a fair few things do need to be cleaned up on their performance. Felt a little bit kind of all over the place, and a couple of positions that were held pretty well, okay for the most of it, but everything else just felt a little bit kind of disorganized, maybe to a certain degree. So going into round number 2, looking to tie things up, and we were talking about, either it needs to be chaotic or it needs to be just full on, just hunker down and wait for the push to happen, wait for the attackers to expose themselves rather than you exposing to the attackers. Maybe that could be a decent idea, given that how Mallow was able to get his own frag, but at least the change is coming around. So Orion now bringing in the Mozzie rather than the Cade. Should provide a little bit more ability to just deny some of those pesky Twitch drones, some of those even the Retever drones. So good adjustment by Nighty Game, at least in the utility department.
Yeah, most definitely. I think it was that unfortunate nature. They lost Orion, they lost Kula early, and then Owen was just allowed to punch it onto the site and completely dismantle it from there. So the lack of operators on board meant that there was no real way to deal with the overwhelming pressure in terms of the pushes coming through from Get a Grip.
That's
so this
true.
time around, they're changing the way that they're playing it. They are, I mean, it's not quite setting up a bunker, but they're extending their sphere of control.
Absolutely. So making sure that Get a Grip not really getting a whole lot of information off the back of those drones, forcing them to kind of face check each and every angle would be the ideal scenario for Nighty Gaming. Interestingly enough, when you were mentioning, Azami, who did manage to get past the ban phase, surprisingly we don't get to see her a whole lot, but I say that Kongi already opens up onto River. That is actually a big opener already, but yeah, that swing was not it, unfortunately, there for poor man himself.
2 rounds now, 2 kills for drifts from that same door. I mean, he's one of those players. He's scary. He's a good player. He hits his shots. But he's also playing support. He's playing your hard breach for the team, and he's hitting shots like that. That's not okay. That's not allowed. Put him on a good... Put him on an Ash. Just let him frag.
He's got the AK-12, arguably the best gun currently in game.
Oh,
so, I mean,
100%. But could you imagine how lethal he'd be with on the Twitch of all operators?
True. But then Karma wouldn't be able to fiend away.
With his 0 kills and 1 assist.
Look, with the Twitch drone, that's all I'm saying. He was crucial to a couple of kills to just distract the opponents. But look, Mallow once again looking to get all jiggy with the Alibi's MX4 Storm. Could get rather lethal as well himself. Kulo, perfect lineup. Does spot Owen rather quickly. Jin does fall as well. So far, this is looking finally good. It's all down to Karma. Karma does get the better of Orion. Now it's all down to, well, Life and Kulo, as Driftzone does get the better of Mallow. And well, all of a sudden, actually, Driftzone is all down as well. So Karma is actually the last player standing.
Life gives his position away with that T5 spray, just sort of rotating his way around. Knows that there was a player top Dragon. Karma in a bit of trouble. The spray through. He's going to swing. If he can get Drift up here, this would be absolutely huge. And he looks like he might just get close enough to do it. Pick up to come through with 30 seconds remaining. And all of a sudden, 2 guns now in play. Nutty Gaming may not be fully aware of it. User control there. Drift is going to recover it. Knows where that player was. Life taking some big damage. Karma looking to open up this site for the team push. Pre-fire from the arcade balcony. They are going to be able to get in and get that plant down.
Jeez.
Drift is good for a 3rd after being picked up. My God, what can he not do? And it was all a joke. I understand each player in this team has a specific role, and Karma's role is to hit shots like that. Cthulhu. The 1 versus 1 clutch was such an issue last week. This time around, it's the 2 versus 2 clutch. In a round that should have been Nutty Gaming's, Get a Grip LFO allowed an avenue back in, and they take it handily.
Very much so. Quick, clean solution. And I mean, we were talking about, oh yeah, look, Karma had a bit of a quiet first round, but it was only the first round. Once the whole team started slowly, falling a little bit, well, he got to work. So that's kind of almost like a plan B kind of player there. So, well, Get a Grip certainly seem to have found that proverbial grip for themselves, at least in terms of just how their lineup works. Albeit, well, I say that their unfortunate demise to the hands of Circular Spheres in Playday 4 was rather unfortunate, but we'll call it as just a bad day for the team. Things didn't work out. If, say, another similar situation does arise and they keep on failing like that, then we'll know that maybe they're hitting that sort of almost like a glass ceiling for themselves, and maybe something needs to be changed. Maybe maybe just the approach that needs to be changed. Who knows? But right now, in terms of this very matchup against Nutty Gaming, look, so far for Get a Grip, this is looking to be like like I mentioned before, a day in the office kind of thing. Really, so far it's been good.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's thinking about the possible results. Like I said, the dream technically still alive here for Get a Grip. They win, and Circular Spheres lose this week, they equalize, which, I mean, that's totally fine for them. It then comes down to next week. They just, unfortunately, the head-to-head match does not go Get a Grip's way. They need to win on points. So even 1 point ahead of Circular Spheres would do it. But, I mean, that's a lot of pieces that need to fall into place.
Yeah, I was just about to say, yeah, the round differential is rather substantial here, by almost 11 rounds. So it'll need to be, again, a full-blown miracle if not anything else. But by points, look, I mean, theoretically, if Dynasty do end up turning up today, this could be an opportunity, a very big one at it, for Get a Grip to be able to catch up to their foes. But we say that, so far, I mean, at least in terms of this matchup, it's looking all pretty good. Only 2 rounds, though, did elapse, so maybe a little bit too early of a call. Interesting setup, though, that it's only 2 players currently on the site, so if we are looking to go for just flat-out overmatch play, Nutty Gaming might just not have enough time to make those set rotations.
Right now, they're looking to clear out that utility with the nade. There is no Artilla Claw in the back pocket, though, so Workshop will be opened up. Jin holding down the Dragon Door, looking to cover the entry to the side. Proximity Alarm is, well, up until then, being an absolute nuisance, just making noise. Impact Trick is successful up until the point that, well, the Selma charges outnumber the impacts, of course, and so it will be opened up. Mellow, the first to fall, courtesy of Karma, looking for more. They have the angles here, and that does provide them that opportunity to get it, especially with the smokes. Karma, if he rotates around, they will have an avenue into Throne.
Very much so. Already forcing off the back of those chassis positions as well. This is a good play. Drift zone as well. Prone shot for himself. Does get the better of Kongi. The rotations are starting to come around. Karma looking to make a play himself. Jin getting a little bit too overambitious on the swing. It is now all down to the remainder of Get a Grip to make that play. Karma just decides to full on push in to the Throne. Actually plays off the back of the smoke perfectly here. The pre-fire is good. C4 is not good though. The plant is down and now it's all falling apart. Orion is the last player standing, but only for a few seconds as he falls as well.
So, Cthulhu, please run me through the lesson that we learnt that round. And if you're not aware of what the lesson is, don't ego check drift. It doesn't work.
Yep, that's exactly the case. Yeah, just don't just white swing like this. And understandably so for Nutty Gaming. Look, to a certain degree, maybe, you know, that was previously the idea that, you know, just you push in, you kind of go for those ego checks, for those swings, and then, well, dub is being procured. But unfortunately, against Get a Grip, who are also quite well versed in the said ego swings as well, that stuff doesn't work, unfortunately. And this is kind of if not anything for Nutty Gaming, this matchup could be more so kind of a lesson of just the flexibility in the playstyles, having that sort of case and ability to, you know, just change things up, not go too hard on those swings on the frag. Just ensure that you have the crossfires, make sure that your utility game is good, make sure that you're shutting down just that sort of extra layer of the gameplay that Siege does bring with the utility, and force it into just the gunfights. Because in the gunfights potential, Nutty Gaming could very much do it if they play it smart.
Yeah, I mean, I would also, yeah, I would agree with you. Nutty Gaming have a chance if it weren't for the fact that, you know, Drift and Karma were 11-0 combined, unanswered kills so far in 3 rounds played. It's rough, and I think this is kind of how we expected it to go. Obviously, Get a Grip, understand the position they find themselves in. They're not a team that, I mean, since they started finding success, has let opportunities slip. So I can only anticipate that, you know, it really ramps up from here.
Very much so, yeah. Get a Grip already almost like sharks. They kind of they smell that the smell of blood here that they managed to already draw. I mean, 3-0 already swing, and it doesn't look like the Get a Grip LFO machine is looking to stop anytime soon. So, I mean, all the more to them, but for Nighty Gaming, they need to find that sort of a round-winning formula. It's either just play for hunker down or just ramp up even further, because maybe the idea here is just more so just deny just the general entry into the building. But first round, we've seen that attempt to do so, and Driftzone was able to just beam. Owen is absolutely just chugging on, but okay, already got shut down by Kongi. Never mind.
I'm sorry, that's what Owen deserves. There's no way he should be walking up that hallway scot-free. I'm glad he got punished. It just shows Nutty Gaming are responding appropriately. Jin takes some big damage from Kulo. They're not going to let this one go freely. Oh, yeah, unfortunately, you can't quite clear that one out, Kulo. It's already triggered with that mute jammer. It's just going to sit there until it's destroyed and then will explode unless I think you hit it with an impact or a frag grenade. So, look, they're just going to have to deal for the moment.
Very much so, we'll have to deal with it, but so far, so good. The hold has been good. The Drift Zone is still very much ready to rumble. Both Twitch and Flores are alive. Jin does fall to the swing of Orion, so this is good so far. Another one of the Rotary drones has been quite good and muted, but Karma does get the better of Orion. So far, this is not looking particularly good.
Currently matching the KD record in the Oceanic Challenge League right now is Karma, a 7.0. Which currently held by Luna and Tiltec. We'll see. Unfortunately, it has been a missed opportunity in the last couple of weeks. Players that could have matched or broken that KD record. But right now, 3 versus 3. Utility in play. Oh my god, of course Drifts is going to take that kill. Kongi dead. River marching up Kulo to try and deny. Might have the angle. Karma! Ooh. He does go down, but Drifts and River eat up. My god! Drifts, talented, handsome, and Get a Grip request the timeout here?
Interesting.
Oh my god, no way, Owen. Get out of here.
Owen really just hit on the camera. There. Oh.
Actually, to be fair, I think that's how he's been playing since, round 2. The team doing the rest of the work that is needed right now for him.
Look, I mean, in his defense, he was able to get at least 1 frag, so it's not that he's, completely and utterly useless to the team. Jin is just getting the, the coach advice from the cat, and understandably so, getting the serotonin in. So, yeah, look, I mean, it's a good time to pause. Maybe it's more so leading into the previously mentioned, mental warfare, and it's just the team kind of like, okay, well, let's make them think that, we're taking a break, we're taking a pace down, but no, okay. We're back into the swing of things, it seems.
Owen needs to refresh his camera's frame rate. Yeah, there we go. Moving too fast to be seen. But we go into the 5th here. We head to Lab and Storage Cthulhu, something a little bit different with Azami in play and how the environment can be changed. I kind of rate that. I reckon you can do some very exciting stuff with Azami on this on bomb site.
Absolutely so, yeah. Azami on the lab side, he can go absolutely hard with some of the setups and reinforcements. I'm curious about this impact, if it's just purely for the quickness of the rotation and the expansion actually into the throne. I'm very much rating this, but where do we see that sort of connected? Because usually when we get to see those sort of expansions, it's either the castle or maybe the Azami that could be used to, open safe corridors to rotate from those big expansions. Because otherwise you basically allowing the attacking team to just cut off your rotations from those extra areas. But it doesn't look like anything will be done just yet. Kilo looking to just kind of on the go use those Kilo barricades. So, I mean, not the kind of setup that we've grown accustomed to seeing, but there it is. Okay, that's actually, I rate this. I rate this very much.
That's very interesting. Okay, well, we'll have to see. Owen's already dead. They traded back. Actually, they. Okay, so no, all this setup, all this bluster, and you know what the plan has been? Well, you know what? We're just gonna go straight through the window. Karma's already in. He's in the arcade toilets. Cthulhu. He's circumvented it, and there goes the KD, courtesy of Mello, who takes some big damage as well. All this utility is being absolutely burnt right now. Kulo desperately trying to hold the arcade toilet despite the fact that Karma got it. That angle doesn't cover as much as he thinks it does.
Yeah, not particularly. On paper, it sounded like a good idea, but in actual practice, things didn't particularly go as well as they could have. United Gaming, I respect the the idea with the bringing in the Azami and everything, but unfortunately, just maybe they got a little bit too into setting up all those positions where they completely just forgot about the teams that could just literally just jump in and possibly start fragging out. Certainly, Owen and Karma got the note on that. The 4-4 gamer and an 8-2. So far been pretty good. Kilo does get the better of River. So far, I mean, late game has been working out pretty well, all things considered, for Nutty Gaming here in round number 5.
I mean, you say that, but who's still alive, Cthulhu? Drift.
Yes,
Drift is still alive.
Yep.
He's 7-0. So as much as look, things are looking good for them. I cannot, in good conscience, count Get a Grip LFO out with Jin and Drift on the board. Drift has been hitting some magnificent shots tonight. If he can keep doing that, they are in with a grin. 55 seconds now, though. Drift just holding the angle. No way. Mello is about to meet his death. An 8th kill on the board. And all of a sudden, we're back at the 2 versus 2. 40 seconds remaining. The keeper barricades are spotted. Jin takes a bit of damage, courtesy of Kongi. Kulo rotating back, but he's not going to find traction onto anything here. Final 30. Ooh. What a shot onto Jin. Kulo hits it, absolutely rips it. Spotted. Jin takes some big health out, but meets both of them. Kulo holds on. And Nutty Gaming finally on the board.
Nicely done. That was a good rotation. And yeah, at the end of the round, that setup actually worked out pretty well. Forced those kind of almost cut off positions on the hallways at the 90 on the first floor, and yeah, look, Nutty Gaming, they managed to make it work pretty well. Certainly seems like maybe the tech pause gave them a little bit more of that breathing room for themselves. So,
except that Get a Grip called it.
Yeah. I know that. I know that Get a Grip called it, but in terms of the way how the rest of the scenario kind of unraveled, it worked out pretty well.
Oh, no, I mean, Get a Grip are going to be absolutely kicking themselves that they gave Nutty Gaming the time to figure out what they needed to do to adjust. But, I mean, you got to look at it. This is probably the most attacker-sided theme park that we've seen in, I'd almost say, over a year.
Yeah, it definitely was very much due for that sort of a change-up. Change in pace as well. So good to see that. Sort of seeing some of the more controversial kind of setups here to come around as well. But Get a Grip, yeah, definitely kind of faltered there. Unfortunately for Drift Zone, that's his record run for the KD, slightly at a bigger risk of being tarnished. But apart from that, it's still very much a Get a Grip game, but Nutty Gaming at least were able to, fight back here, and that is what matters. If they do manage to make it a 4-2, look, there's still going to be opportunities for them to at least try to push this to a much more competitive scoreline. But if it does end up being round 6 to go into the hands of Get a Grip, yeah, look, from there on it's more so kind of just delaying the inevitable, it feels like.
Ryan's position being threatened as some of that utility is cleared out. They know he's there now, as he does get the shots, but Karma finds the angle. Where is that even from? Oh, the skeleton key from Owen with the nano boost to boot. And that is just soul-crushing, losing Orion and Kulo from that top Dragon Stairs position.
Yeah, they tried to play for that sort of prevention of the entry, but unfortunately, yeah, that top Dragon position is not just safe enough, it seems. And yeah, you have to be very mindful about the positions that you play, the positions you kind of hold on to. Unfortunately for Kilo and Orion, things did not pan out as much as they would have wanted. Now a lot of positions that need to be covered by 3 players are open, and it is going to be a very chaotic time for Nutty Gaming to try to adjust to that sort of 5-man push.
Nutty Gaming will be doing the best, and well, Jin is not going to be too stoked about that. Coach Owen The back chat shut down. He doesn't want to hear it. None of that. No insubordination in the ranks. Right now, Kongi rotating to try and get an angle to assist the team. Owen finds himself, well, he's third technically of the round. But in the vault, Kongi there finds one, finds Drifts as well. Dishes him out his second death, of the map. Cuts the KD, but Owen, he's on. I mean, is it technically an ace?
Possibly, perhaps.
Because it would be a fifth kill. Technically, it would be his fifth kill. So, I mean, the possibilities are endless. Does he have any idea how close?
Oh, no. He knows. He knows.
The skeleton key.
Owen knows.
The skeleton key. Pre-fire! He's got to do it!
Oh, no.
Owen, it's technically an ace. We can't deny him. No. How? How has he done this?
Oh, no. That is just tragic. Owen knows what travesty he's just committed as well. He knows how much of a just disgusting play that was. But, yeah.
Yeah, Jin, look at his face. Look at his face.
Jin is just, yeah.
Poor guy.
Vibes are ruined.
Like, Owen, honestly, do we see like a Night's Watch moment on Owen this round? The rest of the team just turns and everyone puts a bullet in him. That was uncalled for.
That was very much uncalled for. Poor Jin just gets hammered for no reason whatsoever. But maybe it's just more so, to ramp up his own momentum, get into the Angie mood. But either way, now for Get a Grip to play on the defense. Jin looking to get funky with the Azami. Already setting up some few reinforcements so that he would have a little bit more wiggle room, especially behind the bomb chassis as well. So could be a good idea here. Now, as well as that, actually we're looking at possibly, wait. Oh, and I was initially expecting at least a little bit more of a wider opener by the Dragon, but maybe it's more so a play for the top Dragon. No, couldn't be. Okay, I'm lost for words.
Don't worry, we'll find out.
We'll find out in a moment. Yeah.
It will be an experience, whatever the case may be. That is a cheeky little position on the Artilla Claw there. Armory could be a bit of a problem to try and get into. No pocket Artilla. So yeah, it's the cheeky double setup to try and provide that denial through Armory. What if they got to clear it out? Cthulhu, do you see the problem that I see?
Yes. Kilo bringing in the Amara.
No. Look at the entirety of this Nutty Gaming roster. And the site that is being played. What is the problem here?
Well, Kilo dying again, and Orion dying here, so death is so far seems to be the problem, as maybe I'm just a little bit too tough to find any other
There's
issue.
no hard breach. There is no hard breach attacking Throne Armory.
Who cares? If you can frag out, if you can roll with it, that's all that matters. That's the approach here for Nutty Gaming.
Emphasis being frag out rather than being fragged out, which is, well, been the round so far. Look, it is truly an unfortunate round to be a Nutty Gaming fan. Life still has 2 Adrenal Surges in play. The Armory didn't achieve much. The Sledge, a little bit less. At least, I mean, look, if nothing else, at least Kulo got in the building.
Not wrong. Not wrong, yeah. With Kulo getting into the building, that's certainly a plus, but not for long, unfortunately. And the only trade-off of that did come around was Owen just being able to, well, go down. But apart from that, Get a Grip are all feeling nice and comfortable with their sort of play. We possibly looking at maybe attempting to go in for the swing, maybe from the backside through the blue hallway, but even then, it's such a death box that at this point, yeah, I think Nutty Gaming kind of shot themselves in the foot if they wanted to play for an overmatch.
Frag grenade out. Kongi looking to pinch in as well. But again, that ever-present problem of not a damn bit of hard breach if their life depended on it. Well, Kongi's dead, courtesy of River. Karma dropped by Mellow with that suppressed G36. Looking for more life. They're paired up on this Dragon Door. Reaching around, goes out and clears out the Keeper Barricade and the Kona Station. So River could be in a bit of trouble, but it's Drift next to fall KD even further in the bin currently. I mean, it's ideal. It's totally fine. They can work with this, but everyone knows it's about the numbers here in the Challenger League.
It's about the numbers. It's about the points. It's about the personal performance. Well, we meme about that, but in comes the swing, and that could actually be the big decider. River actually going down, or getting them rather down onto life, and yeah, look, the rest of the team just falls apart before even able to make my own statement here.
The fury of a quiet man, Jin, getting some payback. Unfortunately, it wasn't onto Owen. Onto the skulls of Nutty Gaming. Here we go, though. Get a grip, LFO. Primed and ready. In a great spot. This map has gone almost exactly to plan for them. And this is unfortunately not the week that Nutty Gaming would want to have been taken on Get a Grip with everything on the line that there is.
Yeah, I think if it was Get a Grip versus Nutty Gaming in the first couple weeks, then yeah, we could have, you know, talked about.
I mean,
Nutty
even
Gaming
if
could get on
player,
board.
like, you know, Probos was locked out. Any other circumstance, this might have been a closer game. But
Yeah.
with the chance, Get a Grip, I mean, it's in the name.
Yeah, very much so. Get a Grip. This is definitely a much quicker game. They are looking to make sure to just, you know, they having fun whilst. But River just looked at it like, how did you even get through that spot?
The absolute audacity.
The absolute audacity. Like, do you mind not going there?
Guys, I'm just trying to do my reinforcements, please. Stop making rotates. Oh, River, it's just not his round. Come on, you got this. I believe we're sticking with this until he gets there. Come on,
Yeah,
yes,
he
let's
got
go,
it.
River.
He got it. He's good. Oh man, I live for these kind of, like, you know, cheeky setups here and there. River's setup could definitely go hard here as well.
Speaking of setup, and
Oh, yeah?
well, whether or not something goes hard, Iron Sights MX4 Storm
Yeah, go
for
on.
Karma
I read that.
and on map point.
I read
Yeah, I
that.
mean, look, if anyone was going to be able to do it, I think it was going to be Karma. Oh, and Drifts has the M870. All right.
Yeah,
Okay, buddy. All right.
Alrighty. Now, look, it's definitely looking to be a very fun sort of matchup to happen, because already, yeah, the MX4 Storm could do a lot of damage. And the Iron Sights, whilst not the worst, they not the best either, but you could very much fiend out on them if you have the good setup. Owen just lagged there. I'm not too sure. Hello, Owen, wake up.
No. That wasn't game lag. That was brain lag. And well,
Yeah. That's what I'm
Jin
saying.
out
yeah, the
here
brain lag.
stealing Karma's kills. Kongi dead. So is Hulo. Is, well, all the rest of the team can do from the balcony is sort of sit there and watch as calamity befalls. Mello gets towards the top dragon balcony. They are in, but not with a grin. Karma makes the Iron Sights look good. Gets diffuser control. And he's about to swing for the fences right now. Pings out. Oh my god! He's so good! How is Karma just allowed to do that with an Iron Sights MX4? Oh, no. He's about to win the whole
looking to do
damn
it,
map
Tom.
with this gun. Goes to the pre-fire, swings it around, misses. Does he get the bailiff? No, the M870. The M870.
no.
It's even worse than we possibly could have imagined. How in the world? And Owen, understandably, caught up in the momentum of it all. Jin says, I need some serotonin. Where is that cat? I need the happiness after my coach and captain betrayed me in this way. My god, what a map that was, Cthulhu.
Oh yeah. Look, it was quite a roller coaster of emotions. Quite a fitting kind of turnout for map theme park. But yeah, look, I suppose for Nutty Gaming, it was a rather unfortunate turnout, given that this was a much more complex map. And I mean, even off the back of even the last round of their attack, it was kind of evident that things still need to be polished a whole lot. The ability that we talked about to be able to make those rotations didn't particularly come into the play there.
And Proto, I mean, look, theme park, living up to its name. Bit of fun to be had across the board, riding the rides, eating the fair food, painting the walls with your opponent's blood. Unfortunately, a lot of that paint was Nutty Gaming across the board.
Yeah, I don't know. I definitely think that the lack of comfort maybe was an issue, but we definitely saw Get a Grip come out of the gate swinging. I mean, an insane attacking half, aggressive all the way to the end. It paid off. It really did. Even some friendly fire going a long way there for them. But regardless, I'm expected results, if we're being completely honest. Yes, Nutty have shown great things, but unfortunately, Get a Grip is second for a good reason.
Well, I mean, look, every league needs its villain, and of course, here in the Challenger League, we have Captain Owen of Get a Grip LFO joining us for a chat. You, sir, are a horrible, horrible person. Jin did not deserve that treatment. What do you have to say for yourself?
The skeleton key demanded a sacrifice, so I just shot him in the head. The voices told me to, and I obliged.
The voice.
The voices told me to.
Fair enough. Look, I mean, going into this matchup, you know, with Theme Park being picked, that was that all part of the plan, you know, to make it as chaotic as possible, or was it just kind of like, oh yeah, Theme Park is on the pick, yeah, let's send it.
Yeah, we did not think they actually banned the free map we wanted to play like right off the gate, and we're just like, you've done your research. All right, skeleton key, do the IGLing because I don't know what I'm doing, and yeah, off we go. Yeah.
You guys have had Karma in for a few weeks now, and you've been looking really, really good. How do you think the dynamic has been? Because you look a whole lot more aggressive. Do you feel that's how you guys are playing? I mean, it definitely comes across as that now that he's sort of been thrown into the mix as well.
Definitely. With Karma and our team, we've got a lot more confidence, and even though he's doing a lot of droning, like he just brings that aggression to the team that just ups a notch. Like when we had Phase Cream, we were pretty aggressive. When we've got Karma, we're a glorified Evo team now. We're like an Evo team with better gun skill. Yeah.
So hold on. Let me just clarify that. When you had Face Cream, you were aggressive. Now that you have Karma, you're aggressive and successful?
I mean, when we had Phase Cream, we had 100% success rate. I mean, win rate. we lost the first game.
We miss the old man. We do. But look, Owen, it's always a pleasure here. The dream is still alive. But well, today at the moment, we'll see how match 4 goes. But before we let you head off, is there anyone you'd like to shout out?
Shout out to Pika and Testa, very supportive. I mean, abusive DMs throughout the game. Every round we lost. So yeah, shout out to those two. Thanks for watching.
Look,
Thanks, guys.
get out of here, you absolute bully. You Jin didn't deserve it. Hashtag justice for Jin in the chat, and we'll see what we can make happen. But I mean, look, let's be honest with ourselves, gentlemen. That went almost exactly as we expected it to go. I think Cthulhu, the main thing is it was just an unfortunate week to be Nutty Gaming.
Yeah, it is most certainly an unfortunate week for Nutty Gaming in that term. But look, if not in everything, it was all for at least experience. It gave them a chance to experiment with some of the setups, namely that lab setup that actually worked out relatively well, minus, you know, a few initial kind of losses. But as it is, look, it's good to see that at least in terms of the gameplay exploration, Nutty Gaming have been certainly experimenting, and whilst to varying success, it's looking good.
Well, map 1 done. When we come back after the 8 big dogs taking on the 1620 Kings in a bit of a grudge match, if we're being honest. This one has a long running history, and I couldn't be more excited to see how it plays out. Come back after the break to see how it all goes down.
Working through strife. I wanna run around, but you said you'll never make it. Changing. Changing. 'Cause everybody's trying to tell me what to do. Changing. Butterfly alone, I am changing. Why don't you people just do it? Can't pull me out like a rabbit from a hat, 'cause I'm changing. Everybody, I'm changing. My papa told me, girl, you'll be alright. change it. 'Cause everybody trying to tell me what to do. Change it. Butterfly alone while I am changing. Why don't you people just do it? Can't pull me out like a rabbit from a hat, 'cause I'm changing. Everybody, I'm changing. Gonna keep it moving up, up and so high. Won't let nobody stand in my way. They can try. They'll be facing me dead on with my head on. You can bet on the fact that I'll be taking what's mine. I've got a grip on how this whole life thing works. It's dog eat dog, love and hate till it hurts. From the minds, if the wise, like the spines, others like rise above it all, love it all, and keep your spirits high. Changing. Change it. 'Cause everybody trying to tell me what to do. Change it. Butterfly alone while I am changing. Why don't you people just do it? Can't pull me out like a rabbit from a hat. 'Cause everybody trying to tell me what to do. Change it. Butterfly alone while I am changing. Why don't you people just do it? Can't pull me out like a rabbit from a hat. 'Cause I'm changing.
Map 1 keeps the dream alive for Get a Grip LFO, but unfortunately it's not entirely up to them. Of course, we've got a couple of games though between then and now to figure out just how the rest of the leaderboard plays out. Coming into map 2 of the day, Big Dogs taking on the 1620 Kings. I mean, this rivalry has been battling back and forth for the longest time, Cthulhu. I mean, even since the start. I mean, the 1620 Kings, formerly Skyfire, the team that was favored to win stage 1 of last year. Big Dogs, the 3-time bronze medalist from the OCL last year. I mean, they've consistently been battling it out.
Oh yeah, they have been indeed. And well, I mean, you look at the Big Dogs roster, it obviously went through quite some change. The roster that previous stage was known as the Warriors now returned back to the quote-unquote the roots, whereas on the side of 1620 Kings, things been looking relatively stable from here on out. But look, yeah, the rivalry will certainly take place here. And I actually wouldn't be able to predict as to which way it would go, because on both ends of the said spectrum, things been rather shaky.
Mackenzie looking no small amount of frazzled there. Obviously, you know, university life, it hits a bit different certain points of the year, but the hair is looking like it might be getting away from a little bit. But Proto, I mean, coming into this matchup, the stakes, I mean, they're not really the highest. The biggest takeaway, obviously, the setup for OCS coming up in the next couple of months. There is potential for a deeper run depending on the team that you find yourself up against. But at the moment, I mean, this is contesting that top 4 position. Both teams, I mean, look, Big Dogs 3rd, 1620 Kings 4th. It's about ego at this stage, I think.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, even just securing a better spot for when it comes down to it in OCS, yes, that's going to be a big point. But yeah, definitely just bragging rights, I guess, for the top spot in the leaderboard. You know, the higher you can get, the better, I guess you could say, at the end of the day. But I mean, yeah, with Big Dogs sitting that one spot just above and ultimately actually walking away with a win last week compared to 1620, who unfortunately lost to Get a Grip. Both on club, keep in mind. So I'd imagine we probably won't see that tonight if we're, well, if the teams are being smart.
Yeah, look, you know, Coach Owen mentioned some messages coming in from Tester. Now, Owen did say, you know, some very angry messages about rounds that were lost. They only lost one round, so I can only imagine. Yeah, or no, look, boys, Chef, he's done talking. Actually, no, he's standing, he's talking, he's given the pre-match speech right now. He's done typing. He's got it ready to go. He's coming to give the boys the motivation they need. But I mean, look, all memes aside, he does love a bit of chat. I have no doubt he's given the boys the rock up coming into this match. And against the Big Dogs, I mean, look, let's be honest, Cthulhu, that's something you probably need just a little bit.
Yeah, definitely put a little bit more fire into the boys and get them rolling. Because, I mean, you look at the standings as well. 1620 Kings and Big Dogs are almost neck and neck. Only 3 rounds separating them in the round differential, only 1 point in the point department. So if 1620 Kings do end up winning it out here, even on the overtime, I believe that would still be, you know, their win to a certain degree. But obviously they will be looking for a full-on 3-pointer here for themselves, completely deny any sort of progress for Big Dogs. And I mean, at this point, between Big Dogs and 1620 Kings, whilst the dream for the first place is basically no more, now it's the race for the seeding going into the OCS as well, and we can't really forget about that one.
Yeah, let's get on to the map, Vito. Pro, I'm going to throw it straight to you. Give us the rundown. What do you think of this map, Vito?
Well, not really surprising. As I said, Clubhouse, I'd imagine, would go, and indeed it did, but it got all the way through to the final. Cafe and Villa to go first. Not really surprising, given they haven't seen too much play, but yeah, in the middle, the new maps on the way as well. Again, no real surprise. The team's not really wanting to go to them, but yeah, down to basics. Definitely a fitting map for this match, given that both teams coming into this, as you said, it is going to be a little bit of an ego bout, so going to want to be walking away with the dub, and we're better to do it than Oregon. Yeah, everyone's favorite map.
Yeah, look, back to basics. It's kind of the stomping ground for both these teams. It's where you're probably going to get the best showing from the both of them. Of course, Cthulhu, it's a staple of the ANZ scene, and I think it's a case of you just want to keep it as simple as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. So make sure that you're just nailing your very much basics. And I mean, we've seen Snorgan too kind of, you know, pop up a few times for even 1620 Kings. You know, it's a map that they have played very thoroughly. It's a map that we've seen people like Chef Jeff to absolutely pop off, people like Tester and Machine as well. So out of all the maps, yeah, look, understandably so, they just want the most comfortable sort of environment for themselves to just play in and to just score themselves the points and continue living on with their life kind of thing.
Yeah, look, it's I think, yeah, it's just as simple as possible. You don't want to overcomplicate things, especially with these two teams in play. Both of them have proven capable. It hasn't been the ideal run for either of them. They are slowly building those blocks back up to be a team that can contest amongst the best. But I mean, you'd have to argue. I think you'd agree, Proto, that there is more threat coming out of the 1620 Kings camp.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, in terms of cohesion and how things have looked as a 5-man roster, Kings week in, week out look a lot stronger. Big Dogs have had a really good run themselves, though. I mean, we do have to sort of give them that. They are one spot above, but I guess we'll find out who is going to be the top dog.
All right, lads, enjoy. I'm going to go have some dinner. You guys take it away.
There you go.
Well, we're going to miss you, Panda. We really are. But Cthulhu, we jump on into Oregon. Game number 2 for Playday number 6. Big Dogs versus 1620 Kings. We start things off, as always, with the ban phase. And, I mean, what are we expecting, Cthulhu? I mean, Thatcher Flores to go, something along the lines.
Something similar, yeah. Well, maybe Thatcher
okay,
Finca.
yeah, Finca.
Yeah, Finca was kind of the one operator that kind of crossed my mind because, I mean, you look at Big Dogs, they've tried to use it on a few times, and once Finca has been, you know, banned out, things looked a little bit rough. Maverick actually being banned out by Big Dogs, to a certain degree, he does make sense. Obviously, now that you can play for sort of like a Cade trick, you could play for just the general breach denial, and things will be a whole lot more rougher. But this, so far, this has been a really odd sort of ban phase, which when you take a bit of a longer look, it does make sense, but at the beginning it kind of all feels very much chaotic because, I mean, who bans Mute? I'm sorry.
Well, who bans Mute? That's a great question, but it does bring the question as well. Mute being banned out on a map like Oregon, which we've talked about many times before, is a very shield-heavy map. You look at blue extensions, you look at top floor into trophy, you look anywhere on the map, especially with the introduction of Azami as well. Mute fortifying those positions means that operators, specifically Flores, become a whole lot more viable. Surprisingly enough, though, we don't see that here from round 1 from Big Dogs. But with the Mute ban in tow, I'd imagine we will get some Flores action in the time coming Cthulhu. It'll depend what the teams want to run, obviously. At the end of the day, they have their own strategies. We see Mackenzie jumping on to the Amaru with Shant jumping over onto the Thatcher. So they do have that Thatcher being bought as opposed to the Flores at the moment. But I definitely think we'll see Flores in this matchup at some point, given that the Mute is gone, given how strong he is currently.
Very much so, yeah. Mute would definitely make things a whole lot more interesting for a number of positions, for a number of opportunities. Sadly, won't get to see him yet, but it does present a lot of opportunities and possibilities for the teams to make some other just unconventional rotations, which I'm very much looking forward to, honestly, Proto, because between the two teams, this is kind of the best opportunity to showcase some of those, flashier plays. With the introduction of Maru here as well for Mackenzie, he could make a whole lot of really, really big swings and be the one to actually kickstart that sort of momentum here for Big Dogs.
100%. I mean, provided they can find some opening kills here, things would be great. But we have some early entries. We've got quick control of B Tower, which is a good thing to find early, especially in an Oregon matchup. And when you're the Big Dogs, aggression is going to be key here. I mean, 1620 know exactly how to deal with aggression, but some early damage there on the Culture. I'm not even too sure where that was from. Possibly proned from inside of the site. Something, maybe some vertical angles, maybe KJ swung around, either or. Damage taken means that not looking as good.
Exactly that. Well, we're looking to keep on pushing that sort of envelope here by Big Dogs, as quite a fair bit of information has actually been gathered around the attic area, which is looking to be one of the prime points of the contention. I'm liking the idea of the use of the Azami Kiba barricades as well to just hold off the push towards the double window, which will allow Machine to just hold on. That is a vile angle, by the way, and Culture is now looking to go in for the swing. That could make things a whole lot more problematic for KJ.
Will make their way into tower. Machine takes a big chunk of damage there from one of the grenades thrown out by the Big Dogs, and it actually will connect on the Tester instead. Boff to open things up. First nade, but as Big Dogs find themselves a good lead, we have a minute remaining. Plenty of time to find some good kills. Lonely connects onto Culture for a great headshot with the SMG, but KJ is going to be the linchpin. If they can push him out of attic, it's going to open up the door for a whole lot for Big Dogs.
Jeff, though, meanwhile, on the roam with the Frost, could very much shut things down for Kaz, and that is the sledge out of the equation, but obviously the frag grenades have been already used up. K16 backing up a little bit, trying to set up for a bit more of a kind of a turtle-like hold. They drained a lot of time, so now is the time for the actual to get a move on. 34 seconds remaining, and now this is looking to be an absolute bloodbath.
Chef Jeff with the shotgun, not spotted out. Boff! Headset on the wrong way round. Chef Jeff to collect it with the ITA 2. Now a 3 versus 4 here for the Big Dogs. Make it 2. Machine finds 1. They push deep into attic. Volt on over into Kids. They're going to find the back of KJ though, but collected. Refragged by Lonely now. Fakers in a 1 versus 3. He's got 10 seconds left. The bearing in hand. 15 bullets. Does flick to the right. Does not connect. Has to go to the white. Rotate. Will spot 1. 2 seconds remain. Has to find the plant, but Lonely with the shotgun for his third. 16-20, a very decisive first round.
All right, well, that was a bit of an interesting one. A little bit of a little bit of everything really there, Proto. We've seen a really decent kind of just anchor hold by 1620 Kings. The position that KJ held, I'm going to be honest, I am surprised for how long he was able to keep that position without being absolutely overpowered, because with Iana still having position that she had around the trophy room, I was certain that, a simple swing would have been the end of her, but seems like the crossfire and the long angle that Machine held was actually just about enough to deter that very thing as well. So it worked out all pretty well, which is a good start for 1620 Kings. For Big Dogs, though, look a little bit flustered and not too sure whether Kaz just unfortunately misheard the sort of push by Chef Jeff, because obviously they were quite close to each other, and we both know how treacherous sometimes the sound engine can be. So, look, I wouldn't say initially that, just, hearing issue for Kaz, but something definitely was going on. Yeah, there's definitely occasional issues that pop up. Looking though at the setup that K16 are bringing around though, I'm liking the idea of expansion, but it may be a little bit too thin of an expansion because Mackenzie's about to go hard as well already with a G8.
Pardon the paint. It's definitely a possibility. I mean, the fact that the Amara has been allowed in as quickly as she has 2 rounds in a row just sort of highlights that the big dogs have really good information and they're acting on it, which is what they need to be doing, unfortunately. Previous round, they didn't quite make that happen, but regardless, I mean, already at a catch ready to be opened up here. They are weary that someone is close by, but it's Machine that's going to walk on up. Will spot the first. Doesn't connect, though. Mackenzie to open it up, but the trade is there from Tester. So 16-20 do find some compensation. And trading out Namaro for a Jaeger, I mean, kind of worth it.
Yeah, it's almost kind of same, but different. Theoretically, it's a trade more so favoring the defense, and given that Amaro still had the secondary hard breach charge. Oh no, KJ was not particularly too careful about his positioning, get absolutely decapitated by Culture, and this will be forcing actually Testa to fall back even further back to the side. So a lot of ground now dwindling in a much quicker way by Big Dogs.
Yeah, definitely. They've been a lot more proficient on this roam crew, I guess we could say, Cthulhu. They've actually found a couple of really good kills and taken some great ground in some pretty good time. We say that. They did that last round, but this is the difference. They have people alive to show for it at the end of the clear. We do still have some interesting positions here, but Chef, the Bishop of Boomstick, is there to collect Shant, and he goes down in the white hallway. Testa does take some damage, but equalizing the man count 3-3 means that 16-20 have a little bit more in terms of leeway now, bringing back down to something a bit more even.
Something a bit more even indeed, with Kaz once again falling. Chef Jeff is looking to instill even more damage here onto Big Dogs with already the numbers dwindling. 50 seconds remaining now. It's still quite a fair bit of time to make that push, but with the utility and numbers that they have, it is going to be quite a tall order, meaning that one of them will have to take a 1vx, and that's not particularly an ideal sort of situation. For Culture, he's the one looking to swing the tower stairs, which could open up a few opportunities, but too many angles to hold as well.
Drop into E-box. Fakers makes it deep, but they will be spotted outbound by the bulletproof. Almost a team kill. Shotgun in hand. Chef swings round for 3. Fakers does trade back onto Chef, but a 1 versus 2. A very winnable situation, especially with the kit in hand. No flashbangs to work with. Has to push on through the toxic canisters. Will opt for the long haul. Has to take the fight. He's left, but no, the crossfire setup by 16-20 played into perfectly. It's Lonely once more to close the round out. And 16-20 find another. A bit closer, though, from the Big Dogs, but Chef ecstatic with how he was allowed to run around with the M590 in tow.
It's actually a really interesting sort of dynamic that 1620 Kings kind of held there, because for a pretty long while, majority of the roster minus Chef Jeff just played a very kind of by-the-book turtle hold with a number of their positions. They had really good rotation set up, and the moment they even smelled just even a smidge of, danger coming around, fall back. Meanwhile, Chef Jeff just continued his own shenanigans. He's held on a couple of very sort of odd positions, just decided to staunch up a grenade blast just to his side. And then from there on, he was just kind of playing that very almost elusive position where theoretically he's on site, but he has the ability to either swing both of the doorways in a matter of just a second. And with the range that he was so far able to achieve with the shotgun, it actually works out pretty well, all things considered.
Yeah, he was definitely looking to put into effect the new Warden buff. He's safe from grenades, Cthulhu, when he has the glasses activated, as some would hope. Unfortunately, didn't come to fruition. But regardless, Chef, huge 3 kills for him in that round. And 16-20 definitely looking pretty healthy in terms of the count so far. And albeit Big Dogs, again, keeping that momentum up. I mean, look at them. They're already up on the balcony of Master, already starting to get into the building and start picking this defense apart, provided they don't make a mistake. I mean, again, the momentum, but can they find the openers?
Well, that's the thing, yeah. Their early and mid-game momentum has been almost flawless with the way how they've, applied the pressure, with the way how they've drawn it all out. It has been so far pretty clinical, but it's the late game, and once they start, losing the numbers, this is where they seem to start getting flustered a little bit, so problems might start ramping up from there. I'm loving this setup, by the way, by Machine.
Yeah, Machine on the Azami has been an absolute spectacle to watch since her introduction to the competitive operator pool. I mean, some of the angles the 1620 have been setting up, pixels and positions alike have just been insane. KJ will be spotted out, though. Mackenzie on the knock, provided knows the position. Doesn't connect the shots, though. KJ! The reaction, I don't know what happened there, but Big Dogs come out on top with Boff finding one as well, so they're going to be happy, question mark, with how that one panned out, I think, in the end. I mean, I'd take 2 picks, but this is where Big Dogs have made their mistakes previously, Cthulhu. If they lose the momentum they've grown now, if Machine's allowed to continue doing that, Big Dogs, you cannot be feeding kills like that, especially with Mackenzie on 1 HP.
Oh, no, shot that is the shot that Mackenzie takes as well, Lonely out of the equation. But yeah, I suppose one vile pick for another, it seems to kind of equate itself rather well. But yeah, that is a disgusting position that Machine kind of held. He was able to find himself another frag grenade. That's another swing coming around. No, a drop shot for Mackenzie to wrap it all up. My lord. Look, I suppose once you get to see some of the more disgusting stuff to come around from 1620 Kings, gotta start fighting fire with fire here.
Yeah, I mean, that round was almost a reject modernity, return to monkey. I mean, Big Dogs did kind of just send it, but it worked. That is what they needed to do. Break the cycle, I guess. Sort of take back a little bit of the pace that they'd lost and catch up in terms of the rounds. Because 1620 were making good ground up until that point, unfortunately, for them. Big Dogs learned their lesson and fought fire with fire. I mean, it just was a constant sort of state of aggression from them that entire round, and we saw how that converted for them, and it was a positive outcome. So you do take those when you are the Big Dogs, especially being down 2, but now only down 1 means they're looking a little bit better. But yeah, I mean, to highlight what you were saying just before in terms of this pit position, we saw this in Playday 4 from KJ against NTE, and it was one of the best position holds I think I've seen from a player this stage. KJ holds pit perfectly majority of the time. So while yes, he may be yet to find a kill, in theory, he has still done really, really well. I mean, juggling the utility and just staying alive for the sheer amount of time. I mean, it is good, especially for 1620.
Absolutely so. Yeah, the setups have been actually looking much, much cleaner.
Shout out Salvo.
Yeah, shout out to Salvo. Yeah, they have been certainly, a whole lot tidier than we kind of almost grown accustomed to seeing from 1620 Kings. So in saying that, yeah, look, it's definitely a visible improvement now against Big Dogs. It's a roster that kind of went quite a fair few changes. I mean, they can and have sort of the discipline to play that sort of a very organized kind of siege, but in the same place, you have Mackenzie, you have Fakers, 2 players that thrive on that sort of almost chaotic, frag-heavy nature. And that sort of a blend of 2 different playstyles has actually been looking pretty sharp in terms of 1620 Kings and the way how they set things up. So going into this one, if Kaz can line up a shot here onto the 1Y, this could be rather tragic for KJ.
No, okay, he's going to walk away. So KJ stands for a little bit longer here. But keep in mind, Cthulhu, as Mackenzie makes his way forward, you will begin to spot some of the utility, not given away by the beeper that has been mysteriously either moved or cleared out. He's going to win the fight. KJ, unfortunately, not coming out victorious in that, and it's the caster curse. We talked about it, and he dies first. So sorry, KJ, if you're watching this back. But either or, Cthulhu, we move into the last half round, and I mean, Big Dogs definitely fighting fire with fire right now.
Very much so. And so far has been a rather successful battle of fighting fire with fire, but Testa's looking to try to catch someone lacking downstairs, and that could be a decent idea. Liking this setup, though, that is just a disgustingly good position that Kaz, I think he might try to just fall back from that spot, try to relocate himself. Otherwise, maybe some frag grenades could be much more useful. But as it stands, Big Dogs might just be able to play for overmatch here with 42 seconds remaining.
16-20 have 4 alive.
hello.
Make that 4.5, but from below Tester evens things up. Chef on low HP though is going to make this a little bit easier for the big dogs. They're going to have to hit him once for him to go down as the collapse begins for both sides. It's 4 on side, or 3 should we say, for 16-20 trying to sledge out that Azami barricade to help the jump in. Machine set it up to such a point that, I mean, let's be honest, one of the better Azami players so far. But it's a flood into Kids. Lonely there to greet. SMG for 1, shotgun in hand. No, he is going to get the second before he goes down. And Boff now left in a 1 versus 2 as Boff goes down in the frost match. Spotted out by the flank from Tester.
No.
And 16-20 clean up in spectacular fashion. A round that looks so good for the big dogs, dismantled by the positional advantage held by the Kings.
Oh. That lonely frag, though, on the down, getting the shotgun kill as well. You know it is a tilter. Blessed by Chef, yeah. But, oh, man, that has to be yet another just a very frustrating kind of death to fall down to. I mean, for big dogs as well, we've talked about, you know, they've surely at this point, the kind of the question of tilt and frustration is very much way past. They're already basically veterans of OCL scene. But it certainly looks like, you know, them trying to get a little bit more aggressive, get a little bit more kind of upfront with their pushes. So far, I'm still going to praise it to all extent, because so far I still managed to at least press 16-20 Kings to try to switch things around to start, you know, going for much more expanded sort of roams. But it now starts to feel a little bit more so like a game of catch-up. Yeah, because, you know, 16-20 Kings initially imposed that whole, you know, chaotic but yet kind of turtle-like hold. Then big dogs, you know, tried to match the energy. Now 16-20 Kings were able to completely deny that. Now another swing comes around and Machine basically already knows how to counter that one. So Mackenzie no longer gets the swing. And I was last round, I was continuously questioning myself, how was Mackenzie allowed some of those swings to happen? Because the G8, just any other gun, that would have been just a complete GG.
Yeah, it would have been. And I mean, Kings definitely learning from their mistakes. Unfortunately, they will lose one in a trade. But again, an alibi for an Amaro. I mean, it's same, but Chef's there to greet from inside a security buff. They lose a whole lot more after that kill. And 16-20, I mean, again, look at this. They've got presence on the top floor, Cthulhu. They've got 2 kills under the belt. And everyone's just going to start falling back. They're not even going to get the trade as they disappear into security. I mean, big dogs definitely catching up right now.
Very much so. With Mackenzie and Kaz out of the equation, it's 2 of those operators that could have been able to apply that much needed, you know, pressure, that much needed kind of in the opponent's face kind of play. That said, Culture, Shunt, and Fakers could still very much do it, but it's been a bit of a quieter game for them, just all in all, throughout the past 4 rounds. So maybe too early to call it for myself here in terms of just the performance-wise, but seems that Machine might just be able to get that swing going. At least the damage is good. Does opt to fall back, and he has the rotation ability as well. Does Big Dogs know about that rotation, though, is a completely different question for myself. Or more so for them.
The fact that he's still up in Big Tower, Cthulhu, I mean, how is 16-20 allowed to be on the top floor with a minute left?
Sure, either. Maybe the idea was that Big Dogs would just go full on, just keep on chugging on directly onto the side, avoiding all of those kind of external setups. But again, this very much kind of played off the back of just chance, really, there. But
it's perfect.
I mean, you look at just the execution by Machine. He was able to drain so much attention and time. It is borderline incredible to see how good that worked out, especially on Big Dogs.
It's theft. That's all you can say. It is theft. I mean, the fact that he was allowed to get away with that, the opening pick, and subsequently almost, a minute now drained is insane. But as we come into the last 20, it's a 3 versus 4, make it 4v2. As Chef finds another one with the shotgun. Fakers will take down Chef, though, so some forms of consolidation there in taking down Chef, but he's going to try to go for the res. He's going to opt to leave it, pushes towards Freezer, doesn't even get one. Tester for both. And the round in 16-20's favor. 5 rounds now for them, Cthulhu, I believe. 4 rounds for them. I'm one ahead of time. But still, 4 rounds on Oregon defense, looking as strong as Kings have. Good way to start the map.
Very much so, yeah. It's been a really good half for 1620 Kings. Their defense so far has been pretty solid, and they were able to pace it down really, really nicely. Now, if round 6 does end up concluding in a 5th point for 1620 Kings, now we should start asking quite a number of questions as to what is happening within Big Dog's roster. Because, again, just to reiterate, Big Dogs are currently 3rd place on the leaderboard. Whilst, yes, with 1620 Kings only 1 point behind them, but so is Dynasty. So, for Big Dogs here, there's a number of possibilities that they could very much be downgraded down to the 5th place by the end of tonight's Playday. Although that implies that they end up full-on losing to 1620 Kings, and Dynasty ends up winning over Circular Spheres, which will impose even further plethora of different storylines that I think pretty sure at this point, even Japa, who was in chat saying that, the storyline is dead, would very much prefer to avoid. But that will be quite a frustrating, downgrade for not for 1620 Kings, for Big Dogs, if they do end up losing out here.
I mean, you look at the placements right now. I mean, if Dynasty do beat Spheres, 4 different sort of storylines that get changed up with that outcome. Either or, 1620 lead quite comfortably, in very healthy style. I mean, 3 rounds ahead of their competitors. The Big Dogs looking to catch up here. We'll spot 1 out. They've made a very quick entry into the dining hall, but it's Machine to open things up on that disgusting angle up in the attic once more on the Azami. Arguably having one of the best performances we've seen in the opening stages of an Oregon matchup on the defense. I mean, Azami in the hands of Machine. You have to give it to him. I mean, it's insane.
A lot of effort. Yeah, a lot of effort. A lot of prep has gone into that sort of setup. And I mean, mixed with his ability to absolutely frag out of his mind, I mean, I gotta give him props. That frag grenade, though, works scrumptiously. Chef Jeff out of the equation means that there's 1 less person up around on the top floor, but you still have 2 people around the attic. You still have KJ there ready to roll, but they don't know about the presence of Mackenzie, and this is where he could absolutely dethrone the whole setup, and KJ falls to a pre-fire out of all the things. My God.
Shant through the wall, a nice shot, taking down KJ. KJ's not having a great game today. 0-6, unfortunately, not able to connect too much for the Kings, but regardless, putting in the work, I guess, outside as Testa looks to retake small tower control, but caught out, I believe, on the drone either or. Mackenzie finds a kill onto Testa, and with 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining, Cthulhu, given the man count here, it's not a lot for 1620 to work with.
Not at all, yeah. 1620 Kings, they just lost out on a lot of positions, a lot of plays. Kaz looking to drop down, does get fed some information, but it's at the moment, unfortunately, rather outdated. And as it stands, yeah, Machine and Lonely will have to make do with what they have. But with the setups that has been accumulated from there on, they might just be able to hold off at least partially the onslaught.
40 seconds remain. The verticality only just now to come, but I mean, not having this green hall door locked down on the vertical is going to open up a lot, but as it does finally get opened up, it will force Machine away. But Lonely actually starts it off with a good kill for himself, as the entry now comes from the Big Dogs. The bomb being planted, vertical control in their hands, as well as Machine looks to do something about it on the flank through attic. Unfortunately, not quick enough to stop the diffuser in its entirety, but has made his way upstairs, so could find one here. The retake now on 1620, but I believe Herd means that unfortunately spotted out. No, Machine will still find the kill.
Yeah, but with both players of Big Dogs remaining, playing around. Oh, wait, that's a good setup here, but the long arm could actually come around. No, it could be big. Is there enough angle? Is there enough positioning? No, completely shut down at the end. Big Dogs do still manage to make it work, but that had the opportunity to absolutely shut things down there for Big Dogs.
The trade was there as well. For Machine. Machine traded on Fakers. It was a 1 versus 1, so maybe if they chucked an Azami on the bottom of the wall and one on the left side of the door, I mean, we definitely could have seen that diffuse. It was already down to like, what, 5 seconds remaining, 4 seconds remaining, so could have seen it happen, but a 4-2 half regardless for Kings. They're going to be happy with that. Any day of the week, you take those, especially defense Oregon first. 4 rounds, great. 5 rounds, even better. 6, you're dreaming, but In this case, 1620 definitely the best outcome, I think, at this level that they could have hoped for, a 4-2. So going now onto the attack. Surprisingly, we didn't see Flores once Cthulhu, given that he's available with no mute, keep in mind, banned out completely, and no Mozzie in his place in terms of drone denial. Do you think that that might be why we're seeing good information sort of be the linchpin to a lot of these sort of takes? Because, I mean, from that round in Big Dogs, we saw sort of an increase in information, and then 1620 sort of just crumbled a little bit.
Yeah, the Big Dogs kind of switched things around a little bit. Yeah, it kind of fed the sort of very extensive amount of information to players like Mackenzie, players like Shant as well, and it all kind of just fell into the right positions really there for themselves. So I definitely have to say that, yeah, the drone game has been very much workable. And for 1620 Kings, well, it was difficult to acknowledge that because it was kind of in the heat of that battle. Like, obviously couldn't really change around the operators, so can't really fault them for that. But I gotta give kudos to Big Dogs. That was a really good adjustment, and certainly still kept them nicely in contention. So with this said, now with 1620 Kings to go on the push, Big Dogs could actually go even harder with the play, but with Mackenzie no longer being that roamer, he's sitting on the smoke. Suppose call me curious about how they're intending to set this up.
Hey, the SMG goes hard in the hands of someone who knows what to do with it regardless. I mean, oh, Chef, unfortunately, looking at the floor, not the door. Culture swings out and finds heads to shoot at. It takes down Chef Jeff, and 1620, unfortunately, not the best way to kick things off, but Cthulhu, a kill is a kill, and a 4 versus 5 is very doable.
Very much so. Kill is certainly there. Chef Jeff on Buck. We know how dangerous the man could be, and absolutely could blast the opposition into the outer space. Now up to Machine. He's back on Iana. We know how much of a fiend he is on the set operator. Now with the information being fed to him, he now has the cutoff position. No, the little bit trigger discipline is a little bit too early, and does allow both of the players, as a matter of fact, actually slip away from his grasp. With at least that does clear out the position and forces kind of Big Dogs to default back to the side. But in saying that, now it's an even more of a difficult kind of position to really dig out, given that 1620 Kings no longer have that extra sort of fragging operator that was Buck.
Yeah, losing Chef early is definitely going to hurt them here a little bit, I'd imagine, but either or. I mean, they've got a minute of play and still 4 alive. It's enough to get the job done, provided they can find a couple of kills to equalize. As back in contention, but I mean, you look at the setup from Big Dogs, they got 3 people holding the cross. You got 1 inside of Blue and 1 inside of Freezer, so they really do have every avenue sort of covered here for this execute. As it comes down to the last 30, the denial now starts to come as well. That is in the hands of Mackenzie, and I mean, Big Dogs are either going to force a rotate or force some damage because they've got everything available to sort of lock it out. And indeed, we're going to see the quick rotate from 1620. They're going to find the first Machine to take down Sean. Mackenzie to trade back with 1 onto Tester. Fakers to find Lonely as well. And very quickly, kills start flooding in for the side of the Big Dogs. Machine there, but with no bullets remaining. Unfortunately, gets caught out by Culture as Wamai hits the shuffle. And Big Dogs bite back with a round on defense.
And Big Dogs certainly do bite here. They managed to bring themselves rather nicely into just that 1-point differential between themselves and 1620 Kings. And whereas on the side of the K16 roster, things been a little bit rough. Yeah, look, Machine, he kind of lives up to his name. He's like a machine, just keeps on just rolling on no matter what the situation is. On the side of the remainder of the roster, it's been a little bit of a kind of bit of a quieter turnout. Yes, we kind of also were pointing out that, you know, for KJ, at least in the frags department, things have been a little bit quieter, but at least he was doing quite some work with the utility as well, so not, you know, a complete flog out there, but yeah, definitely been a little bit of an unfortunate result. Possibly could be some of the reasoning of, at least in the frags department, as to why 1620 Kings weren't able to get a much more, you know, confident scoreline. But we can't really forget the fact that a fair few of those frags were attributed to Mackenzie just going absolutely huge with Amaru. with the G8 as well, and with the Nook as well. So it has been kind of an understandable reasoning behind a couple of the players' rather quieter performance. So here, look, I'm curious to see how the 1620 Kings will obviously be able to bite back, because Machine is good so far. With the way how they've been approaching this, it's been a very much kind of a standardized, by the books kind of siege, where they just try to play for very much of a standardized by the meta kind of play. Whereas from Big Dogs, they have been exploring a few more opportunities, and you know, the introduction of Nook, namely, has been a really successful one for them.
It has. It really, really has. And I mean, the knock has just been going insane on these entries. I mean, just the damage you can deal quietly, Cthulhu, is sort of the, I guess, the deciding factor when you bring knock. But regardless, 1620 making it in as they go. I mean, sort of just again taking it a bit slower now that Mozzie's on the board. But this is the difference that Information Denial is making, and you see it in action right here.
Absolutely so. Looking at the setup though of Big Dogs, similar kind of expansion that has been done, but a little bit more ready to frag out. Good down onto Culture, but not yet the finisher, which will open an opportunity to get a quick cheeky revive. The default cans, by the way, are still up, which is feeling a little bit rather odd, but Chef Jeff does get the better of Fakers, and Culture is still down, so this so far is good. Culture is back on though, so Shant and Mackenzie are good to go, plus Culture. So actually, this could be a good, you know, start here for K16 to find their own opener, but with the floor and the wall starting to slowly dissolve, courtesy of the Zafia and the Buck, things could get rather dicey very quickly here. But the shotgun from Mackenzie ready to blast.
Mackenzie close on the wall. If not spotted out here, this is going to be a huge position for him to play in, but he's going to cover the swing with the smoke here. Walks on round, but no! The door frame keeping Machine alive. It's okay. Boff to take down Chef at least. But, I mean, that is a kill that should have been in favor of the Big Dogs. Unfortunately, isn't. 30 seconds remain. Shot, though, takes down Lonely with a lovely shot towards Trophy. And with Culture on low HP, 2 on the site here. K16 are going to have to go for this execute, but the roam not called out on this flank. Boff in a great position to do some huge damage. Machine to open it up, spotting it out. Is there to find one. The runaway, though, through the wall. Tester can't connect. Has to get in to go for the plant, but they still have one on site to worry about. Tester wins the fight. Takes down Culture with 7 seconds left. It has to be Boff to push into the site. The bomb only just starting to go down after the reposition here from Tester, but it's Machine to lock it out for 1620, and that was a round to behold.
All right, well, yeah, that could have gone real bad real quickly there for 1620 Kings if Kaz decided to stick around and just keep on spraying, but unfortunately things didn't pan out as well as he would have wanted it. But 5th point, K16 back again into a 2-point lead over Big Dogs, generating themselves some a little bit more of that much needed sort of comfort zone. Is good. It's nice. And on the side of Big Dogs, it's been a little bit of a kind of all over the place. Yes, again, the setup has been good, but unfortunately, it's just the late game that has been kind of failing them in this very matchup. We were talking about even before, actually, and Chef Jeff was mentioning that, you know, a lot of effort been going into, you know, just making sure that they just doing their job right, kind of thing.
Yeah.
For 1620 Kings, where they making sure that they are stable in their holds, in their play, and taking the, you know, the right gunfight. So far, I mean, this very progress can be seen very thoroughly. I mean, it's a much more coordinated, it's a much more well-paced kind of approach from them. And despite, yeah, look, the plants going down at the last second, it was still looking relatively promising for K16.
Yeah, the damage had been dealt, and regardless of how it was achieved, you know, the round was still ultimately converted into theirs. So you take that as you will. Boff allowed to rotate out. No, jump out.
Okay.
And not get traded. There's 3 people there. Sure. Yeah. You take them, I guess, if you're Big Dogs, but Kings should not be letting that happen. KJ not having a great night whatsoever.
Ay, ay, ay.
And the sledge
Yeah.
to go as well. I mean, that has got to hurt.
That has to sting there, really, for KJ. Not unfortunately having the best performance, but at least it's good to see that the rest of the team is able to, pick up the slack. So, it's not as tragic as it is, but certainly would be posing quite a bit of a frustration for at least one of the members. Now, in the 4v5, KJ, or not KJ, Chef Jeff. The revenge for KJ might just actually come around, but instead we actually see the skeleton key to be pointed towards the top floor, push even further. The drones are there spotting, so Culture's position has now been spotted out. The push comes around, the shots are there. Clinical clear out here by K16.
Yeah, there you go. Control now as well, and spotted on the drone. Mackenzie not quite sneaky enough. Could not get it done. Snake not with him on that one, unfortunately. But regardless, Cthulhu 1620 turned it around with 2 great kills in the roam. I mean, top fragger and support down upstairs. Good 2 kills to find.
Very much so. Now for Big Dogs, whilst it's not over yet, there's still certainly going to be a lot of hardships to go to try to push the round number 9 into their favor. It would be very much crucial here to just prevent that sort of match point. Chef Jeff playing around those openings as kind of safely as he can. Just open up the floor and then back out. But with 43 seconds remaining, time is starting to tick down a little closer and closer to the conclusion of the round. And then Big Dogs time will be now playing in their favor and hoping to just slow down the sort of attack even further.
Chef will spot 1 through the floor and does connect for his 3rd in the round. He's on for all 5, provided he can find Shant and Boff here. But as the E1D comes out, Lonely does get the pings, and 1620 know of the position of the smoke inside of Split. 15 remain. The bomb yet to be starting to go down. The Boff aggressing back into security, does find Lonely on his way. The bomb not going down, but Chef with the skeleton key for 4, not 5 though. Machine to steal the ace. Regardless, an insane 4K from Chef and 1620. Another round. We talked about it, Cthulhu. You said they've been working on court. He's so casual. 4 kills, sip of water. Thanks for coming.
Understandably so. I mean, I'll be honest, I was about to say, yeah, look, Big Dog's claiming that round. Yeah, very nice, very cool. And all of a sudden they just popped off. Yeah. Chef Jeff.
Bang!
Now processing. Yeah, just giving us the full on recap. Just slamming. Let's go. Slamming the foot down to the pedal. Or pedal to the metal. There we go. slight brain lag there for myself. But yeah, 6-3. Comfortable scoreline now has been reached by 1620 Kings. Now they at least guaranteed themselves a 1 point, but obviously aiming for the full 3-pointer for themselves. And I mean, if things keep on being stolen like this from Big Dogs, I wouldn't be surprised if 7-3 will be upon us very soon.
Yeah, 7-3. I mean, 7-4, I think, at the worst, Cthulhu, if we're being completely honest. 1620 have looked so good, and I mean, Big Dogs, yes, they're above them, but
Give them props, though.
you do have to give them props. You do have to give them props. I mean, Big Dogs are above them on the leaderboard, but as Panda sort of said at the start, I mean, 1620 arguably a better looking team overall, given how they've been playing this stage. And that is nothing to take away from the Big Dogs whatsoever. They are also very, very good in their own respective. They are still 3rd at the end of the day. They are still the 3rd place team. But I think 1620, given the changes that they made, albeit small, are still showing sort of considerably in this matchup right now. So take that as you will.
Very much so. It's definitely evident that Big Dogs have been putting in their own effort as well, and it kind of shown rather well on the attack. The attack arguably felt a whole lot more thorough than their defense, and maybe it's just more so just difficulties against playing 1620 Kings who have been, switching things around a few times. But I mean, it's been a bit of a team effort from Big Dogs, and it's definitely what we love to see from them. Slowly but surely making sure that they kind of veering away from that sort of team of 5 solo players now onto a team of just an actual team.
Yeah.
So it definitely we could see kind of the glow up on both ends. But yeah, so far for 1620 Kings, it's been a bit of a more of a prevalent sort of game where they just almost seeming to be having full control over just where they're going, how they're going, and what they're kind of pushing. So all in all, it's been good. But now with half a round already drained, it's been kind of a bit of a passive sort of turnout for K16, where they just making sure that they're opening up all of the avenues for the push, but no actual push has yet been conducted. Yeah, look, let's do that sort of double swing. Yeah, sure.
The play. I mean, Cthulhu, it's going to come down to a 5v5, let's be honest. And as they only now take main control, I mean, they've got plenty of time to get the control they need, but is it going to be enough? I mean, a 5-on-5 downstairs Oregon. Thoughts?
Thoughts? It's definitely going to be a bloodbath here, Proto. I'm definitely feeling it's slowly creeping up upon us. With Shant, getting rid of the last bits of the information gathering utility, Kaz getting a bit of machine, that is quite a huge opener, given that machine has been, the one pushing the frags department rather well.
Yes, 100%. The door comes down. Lonely there, coordinating that with his teammate as they begin to open it up. Will be spotted out, but with Mirror in play here for Big Dog. 16-20, possibly underestimating a little bit what they should be expecting as they come towards the main side. The flashbangs prep from Test and last minute rotate from Chef Jeff over. The flashbangs to come. Not finding anyone in the smoke, denying the drop means that they are going to be able to go for the entry. Fakers goes down the drop shot from Chef, but it's Culture to find two as the Skeleton King meanders its way into the site. He's not going to get any more. Mackenzie on for one as well. Shant to close it out with the Vector in hand. And I said 7-4. It's definitely looking like it's going to be that way. But if Big Dogs can keep this up, Cthulhu, it's only a couple of rounds until they take it to overtime. So if they can do that, we could be on for that overtime game. And if it's any game tonight, it would be this one.
Very much so. Yeah, Big Dogs, that was a really clean defense on their end. They managed to just drain a lot of time, whether it's by just their sheer presence or just essentially waiting for 16-20 Kings to, open up all of the positions. But partially this sort of win has to be attributed on the fact that 16-20 Kings just took their time and didn't really, read into the setups well enough for the push to be comfortably executed. And from there on, Big Dogs were just happy to oblige to just punish them on that sort of misplay. It's just a minute and a half of just waiting for the push to come. No actual shots exchanged, no actual, thorough information given. So you kind of have to wonder as to, well, what really happened there for 16-20 Kings? At which point did the bag get fumbled? Because, yeah, look, it definitely was a bit of a shaky one. Whereas Big Dogs, yeah, look, they just held it pretty well. Nothing really too thorough, apart from the fact that they set it up. They allowed even Mackenzie to just sit behind mirror window. He was happy. He got to conserve all of his smoke grenades, so everything was good.
Boff could be on here, but no, the drone there, not spotted. Tester will find one.
The
GN. It's getting that way.
It's
getting that way. Yeah, understandable. Kaz, the big boff, has hit a couple of shots that arguably were GN worthy this game already, so it's only fair that they give it back. But I mean, as you were sort of saying, a minute, when it comes down to it, we've seen it a couple times already in this matchup, and it is. People say that it is a lot of time, but when you sort of take into consideration, the utility that has been used, everything that's been opened up, everything that needs to be done, it's been coming down to a minute a lot of these times, but arguably it has just not been enough time for either of these teams in either regard. I mean, there's still so much to achieve, and none of it has been in majority of these rounds.
That is a good point. Yeah, a lot of opportunities kind of slipped away. Both rosters, I believe, actually, Fakers just destroyed 2 ADSs there with those kill barricades.
Oof.
If I'm wrong here, but
can we get a check on that?
Yeah, well, I know that one that by the right side of the doorway has been destroyed because of the keeper barricade overlaid with the ADS, but rather unfortunate there. Yeah, that's rather tragical. But we say that KJ takes quite a fair bit of damage. Can't really find a whole lot of closure really for himself. So as it stands, again, half a round going, but this time it's a whole lot closer. Shant actually by the small tower, he has a big power position to just run out and get clear out the position by the double window.
I mean, 2 claymores in play for Lonely, so you'd imagine both those windows sort of blocked off. But with Boff down, Mackenzie taking a lot of damage. Things here looking good for Kings, provided they don't fumble this lead and start finding some kills for this execute.
Very much so. Minute remaining. Still plenty of time to go for some of those rotations. But now comes the flashbangs. Culture all down. Down to his readiness, really. And as it stands, Chef Jeff looking to clear out the position. The push needs to happen already right now as the smoke grenade starting to get used up.
40 seconds remain. Chef Jeff below, starting to tear it up, but it's 2 kills very quickly. Lonely and Chef for 1 each. Tester in, looking to plant the diffuser, but the crossfire set up from top white there takes down the person on the initial entry. Lonely to find Shant. The bomb still being planted. Chef with the skeleton key to close it out, running around like a maniac. He gets the job done. Top frags at the end of the day, and 16-20 walk away with the dub in regulation. 7-4, an outstanding performance.
Very much so. What a play, what a turnout. Look, maybe not the kind of turnout that they looked for, but regardless, a three-pointer is there, and very much so the smiles are sort of coming around. Though, look, for Big Dogs, a few prospects certainly looking rather promising, but unfortunately maybe not just there yet.
Definitely the case, but regardless, an insane matchup and one that was really, really exciting to watch as Panda joins us once more at the conclusion.
Well, gentlemen, I think it's safe to say another stepping stone in the right direction there for the 1620 Kings. It's just week after week, improvement upon improvement. They keep the march flowing forward. For Big Dogs, again, it's just another one of those unfortunate weeks where things don't come together. A very impressive showing by Boff by the end of it all, which, I mean, it's something that we haven't seen as much of. I mean, you got to remember, he did take a step away from the Big Dogs for the longest time. He's now back in the core roster. But, I mean, positive signs, you'd have to still argue, Cthulhu.
Very much so. Positive signs are certainly there for Big Dogs, and sort of the further they keep on playing together as a roster, the more we will be seeing that sort of chemistry develop. And absolutely each and one of those players, including Boff himself, are very talented as well in their sort of ways. So absolutely so. I'm very much keen to see how further and how far will they be able to develop.
And look, the man, he gave a rousing speech to the team before the match. He's now going to come have a chat to us and pass on some of his wisdom into our ears and through to you. Of course, it's Chef Jeff from the 1620 Kings, the Prophet, the Maestro. Congratulations, another win, another very big victory for the 1620 Kings. You guys jumped back into that top 3 position. I mean, look, just run us through us, Jeff. You know, week after week, you guys have been showing improvement. What's going into that?
I don't know. We put in the work where we can. It's been a very rough week. Org-wise, there's been a lot of stuff going on with us, and I've also been a bit, I don't know, I feel like I've been kind of burning out, but you know, like, so I've kind of like been taking a couple days off here and there when like we're not doing any scrims, but like so we still got Salvo doing a lot of prep with us. The boys are still putting in the work where we are, and like people are still busy. I've got uni going back, like everyone's like got stuff going on, but you know, we're still putting work in where we can. But this week it's definitely been rough despite today's performance. I think, I don't know, this is game day show, I guess.
Game day show, yeah. Look, we've just prior to your matchup as well, we got to see Owen and the boys play. And Owen in his interview mentioned, you know, initially the plan was to, you know, strat out on the maps that they've prepared, but with the maps, you know, all gone, he kind of just let the voices kind of guide him and just use the skeleton key. With you kind of jumping kind of onto the buck plays on a few of those rounds on the attack, with you just absolutely spearheading the push with the skeleton key as well, was it sort of kind of a similar kind of vibe there? It's kind of the voices kind of slowly creeping in there as well?
So 2 points on that. I don't think Owen's quite representing the complete facts. I reckon they've been prepping theme park for quite a while. Owen listens to the voices. I've overcome the voices. He's not quite at that stage yet, but you know, I respect the efforts he's putting in. I've got control. I know what I'm doing with it, and I'll make it work. That is the Buck map. I played that entire stack in ranked, and I was playing Buck on that same map. They know it's the Buck map. I don't know why they banned Maverick over Buck, but you know, it's the Buck map.
It's the Buck map. Yeah, all right.
I guess finally, Chef, we saw Mute go out tonight but no Flores. Is it something that 1620 at least are sort of not interested in bringing, or does it just not really fit into the whole thing you've got going on? I mean, obviously running at them with the skeleton key seems to work, but...
Look, I think Flores is a very good pick, and it probably would have been a good pick in that game. However, for the way we were playing that, we didn't need it. For our takes, like a Flores would indicate some elbow takes, some more pressure on that. Usually with taking elbow, I just kind of run straight through. Okay, sorry, my dad's yelling in the other room.
He's finally caught up to the victory. There we go.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I think there's always adjustments to strategy that we make after every week, and I can almost expect that if we go to Oregon again, there's going to be some adjustments to strategy is going to need to be made. But I was meant to be playing mute today, but I still just played ward and shotgun, so I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That all worked out.
Yeah.
Look, Jeff, it's always a pleasure to have you here. Anyone you'd like
Always.
to shout out before we let you head off?
I don't really have shoutouts, but just one quick thing. I was told that I can say this, and it's very unfortunate it's the case because I've been with them for an extended period of time. But all good things must come to an end, and after 9 months, this is our last game with 1620 Kings. So, yeah, we'd like to thank them for, I guess, the effort that they've put into supporting us over the 3 stages that we've been with them. They've been through us through the ups and downs, and yeah, look, I think it's upsetting that it's coming to an end. But again, as I said, all good things must come to an end, and that's just the nature of it. But yeah, other than that, I got to credit the boys for still working through it all, and we'll get through everything to the end.
Look, an integral and much missed part of the Siege scene. We look forward to seeing you guys back next week, guys. And guys, I mean, I suppose that's the
Yes,
difference,
sir.
isn't it? Owen listens to the voices. Jeff, well, he is the voice, of course. Maybe not of reason, but of something. And he pushes the team week after week to victory and success. Maybe not leading the top of the table, but I mean, success is measured in other ways. 1620 Kings, improvements, making those leaps, challenging as much as they possibly can. And unfortunately, yeah, Org departing. It'll be interesting to see where these boys end up, of course. But I mean, look, it was Oregon. It was kind of, again, how we expected this to go. You take a team like 1620 Kings who play the way that they do on a map like Oregon, big dogs always were going to have a hard time on their hands, Cthulhu.
Yeah, look, it definitely is a bit of a rough turnout for Big, not gonna lie. Given that a number of rounds that went their way definitely looked very promising, very prominent in the way how they executed it, and it held on pretty well for what it's worth. But unfortunately, yeah, look, with Chef Jeff even saying himself, it's a buck map. There's not much to it apart from the fact that you let Chef Jeff on the buck, you let Machine on Iana on the attack. That's your win. That's your win condition basically for 1620 Kings on the attack.
Yeah, look, it kind of just played into their hand. But right now, we're going to throw it to a break. And, well, Proto, when we come back, we look to jump on into Match 3 where things look a little bit different. They look a bit altered, as some might say. We'll jump into the chaos of Match 3 soon. After the break, we'll see you back then.
Is that enough for her to leave that flame? She's out of touch, so rough and so hard to tame. You know that lady, she's playing ice cold. Ice cold. Ice cold. Ice cold. You want her, but you're out of touch. You turn it down, but you pray for love. You want her, but you're out of touch. You turn it down, but you pray for love. You want her, but you're out of touch. You turn it down, but you pray for love. You want her, but you're out of touch. You turn it down, but you pray for love. Out of touch, so rough, ahead of the game. Is that enough for her to leave that flame? She's out of touch, so rough and so hard to tame. You know that lady, she's playing ice cold.
Coming back into map 3, we look to enter the world of the weird and wonderful Altered Zelios taking on Altered Edge, but two dichotomous week 5s lead them to this point. Last week, Altered Zelios, they fell, unfortunately, at the hands of Big Dogs, a 7-4 on Clubhouse, whereas Proto, the opposite. Altered Edge rising above, taking down Dynasty 8-7 on Bank to finally join the rest of the teams on the leaderboard.
Yeah, and I think the reactions summed it up last week from both myself and Cthulhu, but they did really, really well. And, you know, regardless of how they've been doing before that, they got their first win. So take that as you will, but as they look to find their second, Altered Zelios is a team that I would imagine is going to be looking to give them a run for their money, just because, why not?
Well, perfect analysis there, of course. But no, like, you're not wrong. Altered Edge, anything from here on out is just a bonus, really. At the end of the day, any points they can score are going to be well deserved, especially if they play like they did last week, where, I mean, Cthulhu, Altered Zelios coming into this competition, a team that thrives on chaos, haven't had the results that we thought maybe that they were capable of, but against a team like Altered Edge, I mean, they could go to work.
Oh yeah, both teams could absolutely go to work here, but yeah, Altered Edge could certainly just absolutely introduce all the possible L's. I mean, we've seen them do some absolutely great work against the Nutty Gaming. They're another team that was just freshly introduced into this stage. So
yo, my guy, sorry, I'm gonna let you finish, but my guy Rice repping the Panda Udi, I rate it.
Yeah.
No bias, nothing, but look, it does look clean though. It looks comfy as.
Very much so. But yes, to finish up the point, Altered Zelios do have the opportunity here to absolutely go to town against Altered Zelios here. Oh, Altered Edge. Yeah, there we go. We're already going in for all the fumbles.
There, look, okay, Goon, come on, mate. Look, all right, we'll see. But Proto, I mean, look, coming into this map, Altered Edge have been a little bit, all over the place. Altered Zelios have been a little bit all over the place. But again, it comes down to Altered Zelios historically have had more success. But I mean, you break it down. Last week, you were there. You were casting alongside Cthulhu. Is this another week where they could look to take away a win?
If I'm being completely and utterly honest, no. Because you look back at the game that we saw between Dynasty, and there were some pretty big fumbles from Dynasty, which on a regular sort of day you wouldn't see. Completely honest, it should not have been Altered Edge's game to win, albeit they did win it. So hopefully Altered Zelios, this is gonna hurt. Hopefully Altered Zelios can go through, do their homework, and not make the same mistakes that Dynasty did. And already I'm going to apologize right now if I trip up between these names, because it's going to happen.
Well, let's get on into the maps. Unfortunately, the abbreviations aren't going to help much either. AE and AZ, of course.
No.
And, well, we go to Clubhouse Cthulhu. Our final three options, Oregon, Chalet, and Clubhouse. I mean, you got to wonder, Altered Edge taking Zelios to a map that is, again, well within the threshold of comfort for them.
It is, but I think it's more so Altered Edge looking at their own comfort here, because going on to Chalet, not particularly favorable, not particularly a fun map. Yes, AE back in Playday 1 unfortunately lost to Nutty Gaming on the proverbial same map, Clubhouse. So there could be a few implications, but I reckon in terms of this very match, it is just all about the comfort zone for both sides, and for AE between Chalet and Clubhouse, well, Clubhouse was the one to actually be the one.
And I mean, look, Proto, Clubhouse, not necessarily dub house for Zelios. In fact, they've lost on it more than they've won on it this stage. But they've had Chalet, which, I mean, Zelios lost Chalet to Dynasty. Altered Edge beat Dynasty last week. You would have thought that would have been a better map choice, potentially.
LA definitely could have been an interesting map to see, but I think Clubhouse is probably the safe bet from both sides. It'll be a little bit more comfortable in regards to just the matchup in general, because yes, Chalet has been great, and since its iteration, it was one of the most played maps in the OCL especially. It saw a very high pick rate, in the Kraken era. But you know, we come forward. It hasn't seen too much. It has seen a little bit, but it hasn't seen too much this stage. So probably safer bets to go on the Clubhouse. A lot more material to go through in terms of obviously revision, stratting, VOD reviews, behind the scenes for both teams. So take it as you will, I suppose, but that pick definitely will have some sort of implementation. I think Clubhouse is definitely going to make it a lot more doable for Altered Edge, but in the same sense, it's going to make Altered Zelios, I'm going to do this so much, it's going to make Altered Zelios feel a lot more comfortable. It's going to allow that chaos. It's going to allow them to get aggressive because it's a map that they have played so much, and in the past they have taken very convincing wins on it as well. So
look, it's definitely going to be an exciting one. Cthulhu, if you had to guess, if you had to put your money down, given both teams' recent performances, who do you reckon has this one in the books?
It's a difficult one, Tando, because Zelios are very much of a chaotic team, but I think I might say that it is going to go overtime, end result probably 8-6 to Altered Zelios.
You reckon another OT? Well, Cthulhu, we'll let you head off and have a bit of a break. Proto, we jump on into Clubhouse. It's back to basics, back to an ANZ staple in the German Clubhouse, of course. Can Altered Edge double down, bring it out 2 weeks in a row, especially as we see Altered Zelios will be starting off on the defense?
look, it's going to make things that little bit easier, but as always, kicking things off with the bands. Blue Panda, we saw Finka go earlier tonight. Habana, no real surprise. Clubhouse is a map that you see Habana go on often. So, albeit Thatcher probably the one to go next if I had to pick, and then probably Mirror Valk if I say what the bands were going to be. But either or, this is going to be a good matchup.
Thatcher, there you go. You called it perfectly, of course, but I mean, I think it's quite understandable that defense is where it gets a bit funky, of course. Do we see Mira, Valkyrie, Kaid, Wemai, Azami being banned out here? It just feels like we're at that stage where there's almost too many choices for a two-operator ban phase.
Yeah, I mean, Azami and Wemai, both great bans on Clubhouse especially as well. Valkyrie to go. So Mira, the one operator left that if we if we see her banned out, I will have done great on guessing these bans. But as you said, there are so many operators, especially on a map like Club, that could go. I mean, yeah, Azami, Wemai, Mira, even Cade provided, but Mira is to go. So 3 for 3 out of the ones that I got to see. And yeah, relatively vanilla bans. Obviously, the Habana not necessarily vanilla, but for Clubhouse, one that we've seen a fair bit.
I mean, you see a band out often enough. I suppose it leans more towards the conventional than the unconventional side. But starting things off, Basement, Arsenal, Church, defense, of course. Izami in play. I mean, it's the usual suspects we see. Obviously, Kai available. Why would you not pick it up? Of course, Rice can be run it. But you look at the attack, what they're hovering at the moment. Obviously, not what they're going to be sticking out. But Finka, Nook, Thermite, it's definitely going to be a very interesting push to witness.
Indeed it is. Indeed it is. I mean, a great defensive setup, but as you said, some changes possibly to be made to the lineup from Altered Edge here. I mean, they do have some maneuverability. They've got 3 very strong fragging operators in the hands of the Nock, Finka, and the Zofia, and 2 hard breaches in the hands of Cloud and Faulty, who is going to switch over onto the Buck, given that it is a downstairs hold, and that is a good sort of call to make. Malachi as well, opting for the verticality of the Sledge, but paired with the Buck, I mean, that is going to be great for not only clearing out this top floor, but also clearing all the way down to the kitchen, provided it is going to have to be that full 3-floor clear, seeing as Altered Zelios extending upstairs and second floor.
I mean, interesting. I kind of would have rated the Nook pick if I'm being perfectly honest, but they double down on that soft breach. They want to be able to create some of those vert angles onto the basement bomb site. Ben, why am I not surprised? He's up to his usual shenaniganry. He's got he's got the time to kick ass charm on, and he's hanging around over towards Strip on the lurk.
Looking for the opener there, but I mean, just having him in this position while he wasn't there for too long. I mean, 30 seconds was all he really stuck around for. The presence would have been good for AZ, but AE not really focused too much on strip whatsoever. More focused on clearing out the top floor, which is arguably what they need to be kicking it off with, because, I mean, a minute has elapsed now, Panda, and we are yet to see anybody from Altered Edge anywhere nearer to getting into the building, as Altered Zelio still have full control of this top floor.
Yeah, that clear is going to have to be quite thorough. Obviously, the late round pinch potential, especially with Rice over towards Logi. That hatch should be getting popped. No, not even going to be popped. As Vern beelines himself towards Highway, Malachi there as well. They're on for the info. Whether or not they gauge that there is someone over towards this Logi position, if they can isolate Rice, that would be a huge pick. But we've seen Rice play very comfortably over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, Rice had really good play days, as of last week, and continuing on into this week. You know what they say, if Rice is fragging, something's going wrong, but he is still with only a minute remaining. And the fact that he's been allowed to walk around upstairs for this long is great for Altered Zelios, but unfortunately it is short-lived, as soon as I mention it, he's taken down.
I mean, yeah, look, I'm not surprised that Voon just got finished off there. He was a fractional amount of health. So we do see the 2 for 2. Malachi contesting from below, pinging things out. He's got the nades, which is, I mean, look, understandable. You don't really want to be contesting a hatch, but the rotate gets himself out. Ben still going to be effective in the later stages of the round, of course. Looking for nades still. Faulty. Look at the time that's being wasted here. They're so focused on Ben with only 36 seconds remaining.
And the fact that he's upstairs, the nitro as well. I mean, the shotgun in the hands of Ben. How is he allowed to get away with this? And they're still trying to clear. There's Cloud and Malachi now coming up. I mean, it's too little too late.
Now with 20, yeah, they've actually had to call in support to try and deal with them with 16 seconds now remaining. The Kiva barricades, no hope at clearing out this utility. I mean, what was the game plan here? They're going to have to force their way in. Dirty's holding this angle now. He can find that pinch over towards Church, and he's going to do it. He's going to absolutely murk them. Big spray in. Dirty takes the round. Altered Edge completely misplayed the entry into the building.
Well, I mean, it took them a minute to get there. And arguably, Panda, that hurt. That hurt a lot. Altered Edge, I mean, in that mid-round, they picked up that opening, but at what cost? You know, it took them arguably 2 minutes, 2 good minutes, to gain the control, and even then, up until the last 40 seconds, they still didn't have it with Rice still upstairs. I mean, that was first round. We'll take it as first round mistakes, but still, we've seen that from Altered Edge before, and unfortunately for them, it means that Altered Zelios were allowed to get away with some pretty sketch stuff, but at the end of the day, if you're an Altered Zelios fan, you love to see it, and round number 1 goes pretty convincingly in their favor, albeit did come down to the 2 versus 2. But I'm upset that we didn't see the knife from Dirty there, Panda. I kind of am, but a win is a win. Lock it down. Don't go for any of the fancy stuff. So you take those.
I mean, not just the fact that, you know, they got the first couple of picks. They took down Rice to start things off. They got some early damage. But the fact that Ben not only ratted himself into bathroom after finding the trade back onto Voon, but then drew the entire rest of Altered Edge up to try and deal with him. I mean, surely at some point the call should have been made. Just forget him, go to the site. He's got a shotgun and SMG-11. We can work with that.
I mean, even just clearing him out, or, well, not even clearing him out, just as you said, leaving him. I mean, you just hold for the flank, chuck a drone down type thing, and make the play elsewhere, get the bomb down, find the kill on the side, etc. Regardless, mistakes made means that they are going to have to catch up now on the early. But again, I mean, Rice downstairs, once again, just allowed to walk away. And Altered Edge, no pressure behind these drones. I mean, we've got Voon solo droning himself through dirt, whereas they could have had someone right on that drone and they might walk away with a kill here, but the pinch has been set up. So I guess there's that. Take into consideration Malachi on the cutoff. So, yeah, I don't know.
Rice on a deep roam. Ping's coming through AR. So they would have identified that there was an early push down into the basement. And the fact that it was pulled off so immediately indicates that obviously there wasn't enough drone presence for Altered Edge to feel comfortable contesting it. And that leaves Rice in a very advantageous position. Obviously, the late round pinch is a very devastating prospect on a map like Clubhouse. So if they do get in, I mean, you're looking at the lineup. There's 0 flank watch. Luckily, they have a hell of a lot of nades to be able to clear things out. And they will get tripping early on into the round. But, I mean, what happens when Rice does commit to the flank?
Big things, I'd imagine. But, I mean, Ben, unfortunately, doesn't spot Voon out. And we'll get away. But, I mean, look at this. They've still got 2 people at large on the Roam Panda. I mean, having both alive, Goon unfortunately missing a shot like that. You'd hate to see it, but Rice, there you go, from the flank. That is why they need to be clearing things out. They lose the Thinker now early here. The damage has been dealt, but it is off the back of big information-related mistakes from Altered Edge, and we saw that in the first round. No surprise we see it again here as Altered Zelios once more just capitalized, and there you go. Now Rice is here to cover the walk into Garrett. They are hurting themselves. Oh, Goon. How do you win that?
Quite comfortably. He will go down to the nade. Follow up. Hamio there for the kill on Defend as well. So they're at least taking some ground back. Player spotted towards top red. 1 out on K9 as well. Faulty. What a headshot onto Dirty. That could be the opening that they need. Rice, where is he? He's down below. He's got the Nitro Proto. No, this is not ideal. If he can find the lineup onto Faulty. My God, it's going to hit both of them. No,
wait, what?
It's under the table. They've played it comfortably, but the timing there was millimeters away from being in Rice's favor. The lineup, Altered Edge, answer back. I thought for a moment Rice had the opportunity, but no, not to be.
If he threaded that up through the gap in the floor, that could have been one of the biggest double nitros we've seen in a while, but unfortunately for Rice, he took just that little bit too long on that flank. Couldn't make it up fast enough to help the rest of the team on the site. They lost a couple of pretty big picks as well. Unfortunately, Goon, while he was good for 1, traded out instantaneously, and Altered Edge definitely played that a lot smarter than the first round. They played for the trades, they played for the support, and ultimately everything sort of panned out to be a whole lot better in the end of it, Panda. But either or, a 1-1 split at the moment. We're only 2 rounds in. We can't take too much away from that, as this is still very early days in this matchup.
I mean, I thought it was so close to being the perfect set of situations there for Rice. Unfortunate, no, with tripping. Unfortunately, they're disconnecting as well. They've called for the rehost. So I believe that, I mean, look, it should be approved. I don't see why it wouldn't be, given that we're still in the prep phase.
Yeah.
So, I mean, look, it's a brief reprieve. Altered Zelios will be able to figure out sort of where things went wrong. But, I mean, I think it's quite understandable where things went wrong. They got a bit too overconfident. They were aggressively swinging when they didn't need to be. And it cost them at the end of the day.
Yeah. It did. It really did. I mean, AZ, we saw good of just getting aggressive on that main wall, and while yes, it worked, he paid for it at the top of red, and all the same, it sort of just compounded, I guess, in regards to how that one panned out for them. But regardless, Panda, everything at the moment has been looking relatively good for both teams. I mean, Altered Edge sort of showing that they have started making changes on the fly. We sort of said a couple of weeks that they play for the game, not for themselves, and it sort of seems that we've maybe seen a little bit of a switch up for them in that regard. They have definitely started making changes on the go in terms of strategy, operator picks, what they've been doing. I mean, we've seen Faulty move around a lot. We've seen Hamia move a couple of times as well. So the interchangeability for this roster is also pretty respectable in that regards. But given that both of these teams are relatively close on the leaderboard as well, you would have to imagine that this would, in theory, technically be a pretty close game as well. So having a 1-1 scoreline, well, yes, it is only 2 rounds into it. If we keep that back and forth action all throughout the game, we could definitely be in for the Cthulhu suspected 8-6.
Yeah, it's something that we've seen out of Altered Edge. If you give them the opening, they do have a decent chance of making, something of it. Of course, we saw that last week against Dynasty, who, look, let's be honest, gave them far more opportunities than I think anyone would have thought going into that matchup. But Altered Zelios, they do have a decent understanding of the game. The majority of these players have been playing since stage 2 almost of the Challenger League over the last 2 years. So you'd like to think that maybe, just maybe, they've got the wherewithal to try and adjust when it comes to these sort of hiccups.
Yeah, you'd hope. You'd hope. Flexibility on the fly is something that teams learn over a period of time, and it's something that, even though Altered Zelios aren't necessarily, sweating per se in terms of scrims, or at least that's what we're led to believe, they have got the experience. And, even if they're not scrimming per se and everything like that, just the experience alone. You look at, even outside of competitive, all of the 5 players that make up Altered Zelios are insane, both mechanically. You look at, even just in ranked, they are cracked. And so that definitely helps. But yeah, for Altered Edge, the experience just quite isn't there for them yet. This is their first stage of Challenger League level competitive Rainbow Six. So, look, they've done well. They haven't gone completely dubless. And in saying that, this could be a game that they win as well, provided that they find that momentum early on and keep pushing forward for those early rounds. Because then when they transition over, things will look really good for them.
Yeah, definitely. Look, you could quite comfortably say that there are a number of players in this lobby that do have a very, very impressive future ahead of them, of course. So there's a lot to look forward to in the world of Rainbow Six Siege and ANZ in the next sort of 12 to 18 months, of course. But right now, we are looking to get ourselves back in the map in just a moment with this rehost. Again, yeah, I think you're right. Very much, it's too early to tell sort of how this one could play out, but it's not clean gameplay that we've seen out of Altered Zelios so far. The openings were provided. Altered Edge need to be on their game to make the most of it today.
Yeah, it is going to have to be some of the best Siege they've played, because, as we sort of said, Dynasty made some really big mistakes, and provided that those mistakes were not made, we definitely would not have seen them win it. There was 2 different occasions where Dynasty could have closed it out in regulation that we didn't see them do it in. So, look, Altered Zelios, you'd hope they don't make the same mistakes, given that they already saw Dynasty make them last week. But regardless, we've got some pretty good Siege already played so far in this matchup. We've had some really good opening rounds. Clubhouse so far has looked great for both sides. We have seen great takes from both teams in terms of roams. Rice on this defense has looked really, really good. But then you look at Altered Edge as well. Their attack, that second attack round onto the top floor was arguably a whole lot better than the first. Getting it into a 3 versus 1, provided Rice didn't thread the needle on that Nitro, could have seen that definitely pan out a little bit differently. But regardless, getting the job done is something that both of these teams are doing at the moment in this matchup, so they can keep it going. It could be one that goes on for a good while, but up until that point, speaking from, past experiences, Zelios are the favorite to win.
Yeah, most definitely. And, well, you kind of jump on back over and look at our ugly mugs for a bit while we get everything sorted, of course. But, look, Clubhouse, it's kind of been done to death. I think it'd be the best way to describe it. I think even with the new addition of his army, it's just sort of reinforced positions that we've already seen played. There's nothing crazy out of the ordinary. And you look at Altered Zelios, who are a team who historically have embraced the chaos. They love to be a bit weird and wonderful. We haven't really seen them lean into that. Yes, been on the lurk leading into the chaos, but it's still been pretty safe so far.
Yeah, as you said, Clubhouse is a map that has been sort of done and dusted for years. We saw the change with the addition of construction. This is way back, and it sort of opened up the door for a multitude of meta-changing site holds, etc., etc., etc. But to the point, like Oregon, like Cafe, I mean, you look at it, it has all been done. There isn't anything new really meta-wise of a site setup that is being sort of introduced other than the implementation of these new operators like Azami. But in saying that, Azami just fortifies the positions that were already really, really good. I mean, look at Rafters on Clubhouse. That is really the only instance that we see Azami used on this map. I mean, sometimes downstairs as well to cover up that verticality, but again, that is something that was easily achievable by just walking away from it. So in saying that, not really too much has changed, but we are back into it now. So hopefully we do get to see some of those changes on the battlefield.
Yeah, jumping back onto CCTV, of course. Obviously, the rehost happening in the prep phase means that was a guaranteed, but I mean, we do see that little bit of a pivot. Rice, he's going to be picking up the Kaid rather than the Thunderbird instead. I mean, it definitely didn't feel like there was any significant impact out of the Thunderbird in that last round. So I think this K pivot is the right play.
Yeah, the Thunderbird it didn't really do too much. I mean, we did see it heal up Goonbag for a moment before he caught that frag grenade, but other than that, yeah, not really too much use from the Kona stations. Even the Nitro, unfortunately, not connecting for Rice. So probably a good shout here from Altered Zelios to switch up the play, bring something a little bit more useful in the hands of the Cade. It's an operator that Rice is also quite comfortable on. I mean, we've seen him play it before, so no real surprise. But in saying that, Panda, surprises are not very, well, they don't make themselves known on club, given that it is something that all the surprises have sort of been used on, I guess. But yeah, Altered Edge, at the moment, have been looking really, really good. But so have Altered Zelios.
So far, it looks like largely the same setup that we're seeing out of Altered Zelios. Again, Ben not going too deep into the roam. Last time it was largely ineffective as well. So I think, yeah, just sort of focusing in and around the site, playing those positions, playing for the gunfights that they know that they can feel out comfortably. Actually, no, so it's a lie. He played this position last time. He almost met up with Voon, but unfortunately didn't. But they've given him Rice's support in the bathroom this time around.
Yeah, unfortunately, the support short-lived. So hopefully there is a trade available for Ben, but I mean, does he hear the nade? That's a good question. Voon takes a lot of damage. Not the kill just yet, but it is there. So losing the Finker for the Cade, I think that is a trade that would go in the favor of Altered Zelios any day of the week. I mean, you get rid of most of the Adrenal Surges. I believe 2 to go. Frag grenades as well, the Gone 6. So a lot of kit forfeit there from Altered Edge, unfortunately. But, I mean, I guess you take those trades.
Already going to work. Cloud dealing with that Kennel's balcony wall. Not wasting any real time, and Faulty covering the position as well up on the rappel. Not quite the cleanest, does there finally finish it off. Skeleton Key to go to work, and now they've got the angle open to the site, which blew things up for them.
It does open up the door, but I mean, there is still a lot here that needs to be done by Altered Edge in terms of this attack. I mean, a minute, again, people reckon it's a lot of time, but when you have so much to do, I mean, they only have the main breach. They don't have anything towards garage. They don't have downstairs into stock convincingly. They don't have master bedroom. I mean, they don't have a lot to work with whatsoever here, other than that 1 kill on Rice at the start of the round, which did not net them much at all. I mean, they didn't even take up the main stairs into master, so the control they gained was negligible at best. So Altered Zelios hold a great position here, not only with all the control they still hold, but I mean, having 4 alive is going to make their life a whole lot easier when it comes down to the execute.
Ben this time using Altered Edge's position against them, up, elevated in cash, keeps them alive from the frag grenade. Faulty contesting that main garage door. The nades from Cloud trying to make something opened up. Goon gets swung on, but Malachi gets caught out from the team damage. Trippin looking for anything, but it's a flurry of kills that are all blue. Altered Edge looking to get the plant down. Holding the angle. Trippin, big headshot provides the opening in towards the site. He's got to hit 2 more. Make that 1 more. Pistol out, but caught by Cloud. Too close there. for Altered Edge, but luckily they just scraped by.
There you go. Altered Edge. I mean, regardless of the time, regardless of the lack of control, they got the job done. Vault on in, start dealing some damage, and that's arguably what they did. I mean, as you said, the flurry of kills all blue. And Altered Zelios actually go down around here. And, I mean, Altered Edge, they've got the momentum from last week. Could definitely go in their favor here. I mean, even starting on the attack. Given that CC is one of the hardest sites to defend, no real surprise that that outcome was in favor of Altered Edge. But as bottom down in the basement opens up once more, Zelios straight back down. I'd imagine they'll probably put another round on the board to equalize here. But regardless, this is still a great opening from both sides.
Altered Edge, who would have thought, coming into Clubhouse, not, look, I'll be honest, not over by any stretch of the imagination, but so far it's been quite a solid start from them. 2 rounds. Much needed boon going into what is Clubhouse attack at the moment, which, I mean, again, it seems like this is the second time this week I'm seeing an attack outside of Clubhouse. But if they can keep this up, they're on for a second win this stage.
Yeah. If Altered Edge find their second win, it would sort of indicate that it's maybe not completely over in regards of sort of, well, whether or not they come back for a second stage, Panda, as they fight their way through possible relegations. But even in saying that, that is all prospects of the future, things that might happen, albeit Altered Edge have done some pretty good damage so far, and, you know, provided they keep that up, I know we keep saying it, but it is just about that. It's about the consistency.
Oh, Ben!
Oh, Ben!
That's filthy. That's absolutely filthy. On to Voon, no less. Of all the operators to lose off an audacious jump out like that, Finker is arguably the worst, and Ben gets away with it scot-free. 0 support there. 0 chance at a refrag, and no adrenal surge going into this push.
That's gotta hurt.
Oh,
has got to hurt. Faulty doing some damage on the Cloud. I mean, getting him back for the team kill in the previous round, but still, they won it even without, even with the team kill. So take it as you will, but Faulty showing him, I guess, who the boss is. I don't know, of the kitchen hall. Regardless, Zelio still hold on to a lot, Panda.
I mean, the team damage wouldn't be as significant if Finker was still in play, but unfortunately, the first operator down means that Cloud is hamstrung somewhat going into the remainder of the round. Utility that is there looking to try and... Okay, Hemio.
Okay.
As much as Voon got slammed, I think, unfortunately, Ben got caught. Fingers in door, toe in the door, just absolutely slammed out. That was a very impressive kill to be hitting through the wall. Right now, they need to clear out this hatch, though. 50 seconds in play. The nade there looks to be the trigger point to do exactly what they need it to, but no. There might be some shenaniganry going on here. There is!
There is. Okay, where is this Cade Claw? They can still open it with the Selma charges. I'm surprised that they haven't opted to attempt it. I mean, Faulty does still have 2, but maybe they want to go for the church wall instead. That looks like it is what the call has been made, but not a lot left in terms of the time, and they're going to have to look to go for the execute.
Trippin and Rice take it even further. Malachi coming up dirt tunnel and Faulty off on his own. That barricade might just be a death sentence for him. Faulty takes some damage, but Malachi spots Dirty through the one punch hole in the wall. Puts it into 2 versus 3, but with 7 seconds, they've absolutely got to force on a side. Goon and Rice, 2 OGs of the Challenger League scene. Take it out. Absolutely lock it down. We're back tied at 2-2.
There you go. There you go. The mistake made, the lesson learned. Altered Zelios pivot on the move, and ultimately no surprise that they've made the changes and found the round for themselves. But again, I mean, Panda, we said it. If there's any match that is going to continue to be back and forth like this, Altered Edge could genuinely walk away with another win, which, again, is not something that we thought we would be saying based on their run up until last week. But here we are. after that subsidiary, and Altered Edge. I mean, they held the lead for a second there, albeit forfeited now. It is only a round away from being theirs once more, and if they can keep up what they've sort of been bringing in the previous rounds, the iteration of not only sort of different operators, but maybe not losing the thinker first, well, definitely would open up the door for a little bit more aggression, provided they can heal themselves back up. So Voon maybe wants to be a little bit more careful this round.
Well, I mean, the question has to be, were they actually holding the lead there, or were they just holding it for Altered Zelios, of course?
True.
Maybe it was just, you know, Rice was lagging a bit behind, needed to tie his shoes, got it done, and then they took it back quite handily.
Okay.
But, I mean, I think it's Ben sort of leading into what we know him to be, that chaotic player who's willing to just absolute, you know, forehead to the wall, send it. And, I mean, he's not one to shy away from plays like that.
No, indeed not. And we have had confirmation from our lovely observer, Pokedu, that the cake core was in the kitchen under the bench, which is not where you usually see it. And I'm surprised that it was not seen by Altered Edge. But I mean, in the same time, you know, the unexpected is the best. I don't know. Either way, it worked. Take it as it is. So there you go. But again, good time being made by Altered Edge this time, as they actually do have some tangible control into the map in the first minute.
Yeah, unfortunately, not quite doing all their homework when it came to the approach last round. Now in gym bedroom, which I mean, we've seen a significant improvement in terms of the quality and way that teams are approaching this map. So I'm definitely intrigued to see how successful Altered Zelios can make this bit dirty, holding that top red position. Voon this time gets a bit of revenge, finds the frag early on onto Banana. Dirty though, this position. I mean, he needs to find something, even if it's just a single pick, that could change the momentum entirely.
I mean, if he swings down red right now, he will find Malachi, and that'll be a huge kill. But he is not interested whatsoever at the moment in aggressing at all. And in saying that, he's going to get caught out by the said player as the Rotira comes in. So this is great utility usage from Altered Edge to force players out of the positions. But as it all comes apart, I mean, 4 really quick kills, leaving Goon by himself. He's, I believe, going to get one as a Frostmat downs another. But Panda, a minute remaining. It's not a whole lot of time left. And Goon, as he uses his Nitro, or at least looks to, I mean, Altered Edge looking good for this round.
Yeah, detonated prematurely there, unfortunately. If it held off for a second, it would have been a kill onto the player who just killed him. Voon secures the flawless for Altered Edge, going into the gym bedroom attack, and the lead, well, looks like it was rightfully theirs. They take it back.
Yeah. They do. And, I mean, if they can find a 4-2 here, provided, or even a 3-3, let's be honest, Panda, defense on club usually goes in favor of the defense. You know, 4-2 half. In saying that, though, we're staring down the barrel of a possible 4-2 on the flip side. And, you know, we talk about statistic this and statistic that, and this map's more defender-sided, but given that we've had that many more operators sort of brought in the map pool, a lot of maps that we've seen or know, you know, Oregon, Cafe, are just sort of going back to that 50-50 trades on, it comes down to not only the utility you bring specifically in regards to countering, but just the mechanical skill and how you use it at the end of the day. And ultimately, that is where we see the mistakes being made by both teams respectively, round after round, then they trade it back, but that's where you find the ground. When the mistake is made, you take the round, you find that ground, and you then hope that teams make subsequent mistakes after that, which is what Altered Edge are playing on now, and playing on really, really well, because Altered Zelios have made a couple of mistakes. They find the lead once more. If they're allowed to keep going with it, I mean, we saw what Dynasty did. So,
well, Altered Edge currently have the lead going into the 6th round, of course. And don't know if it's justified yet, but we do see somewhat of a rush being set up right now. We have the Armoru paired with a Lion and a Fink, and you look at Hamio. He's got a long little angle down towards Con right now. Fortunately, it's not really going to net him much, especially given that there is a reinforcement in play. Trippin rotating himself across. You look at the setup. Goon takes some big damage. I think, yeah, Voon with the nades. But look at that.
Ooh.
Goon through the bottom of the breach. Shuts down the opening. There is now next to no way to get that open. They find Hamio to boot. And all of a sudden, the entirety of this attempt has been shut down.
But again, you know, you make the mistake, you then play into it. And Altered Zelios, with the experience, have done that exactly to a T. Very, very well again here. And I mean, with Ben down below, you'd imagine another kill is yet to come, but not in the favor we'd expect, as Malachi either hears it out or gets relayed the information. Regardless, that was an insane frag, one that I did not think he would find, albeit some good kills traded here, Panda.
A little bit of panic. There's a utility dump towards Rice's position. The drop down from Faulty. Absolutely baited and switched. Trippin now going to be the front line of this defense from Con. What does he spot here? Sees the barricade being punched out. Pulls off the angle entirely. And it's the biggest problem, losing that Kennel's breach. And my God, how have they just found so much damage onto him in that position? Goonbag top red. Needs to hit it, and he does. Absolutely hits the Beyblade Ben. Unfortunately, disconnecting at the worst possible time. Brings the numbers back. Actually, no, sorry, he was already dead, wasn't he? It doesn't matter. Yeah, okay, so it's fine. Who cares about Ben? We don't. We've got a game to be playing here. Dirty with Goon over towards top red. Just waiting. The magnet tossed deep in towards Cash. Faulty will hear that. And the pinks come out. What a shot onto Goon. But there is another one there. Dirty still holding the reinforcement. The magnet's going to be picking up some of that utility. Trippin has the cross as well. The swing. Malachi. He's in. He's down. The lineup. But no, it's over the shoulder. Trippin's down. Malachi finishes it. Dirty needs to hit his shots here. It's not the ideal situation. Pixel found. And no, the Keratos is not good enough. That went from bad to worse to absolutely horrendous in a matter of moments.
Altered Edge, on the back of momentum, find themselves 4 at the half. Panda, what a showing from them. It's a completely different roster. I mean, in the first few weeks of play, up until Playday number 5, Altered Edge looked like they were fighting teams that were just not anywhere near them in terms of skill. I mean, Altered Edge were lacking. There was some serious issues. They have rectified said issues, completely switched it up, and become an infinitely better team in the space of 2 weeks. That is an amazing highlight of determination and sheer grit. I mean, they have ultimately flipped the script on everything that was sort of said in the first 5 play days, up until the point that they won on the conclusion of Playday 5. To now hold a lead again, on club, I mean, it then begs the question. They go onto the defense now. Do they have what it takes to close it out? This is a big issue for a lot of teams. The closing out of a game when you hold a subsequent lead. Can they close it out? That's going to be the big question as they go onto the defense.
Yeah, a lead does not a win make, of course. And, I mean, the biggest problem here is overconfidence, ego.
Yeah.
Coming into it, of course. Altered Edge going to the half. We're up 4-2. You know, this is going to be easy. We can easily just take this map. It's ours. But there's still several rounds still to be played. And Altered Zelios have that experience to be able to potentially turn it around and flip the script, as it were. So I think it'd be a dangerous and costly mistake for Altered Edge to get too far ahead of them. And you can see they're quite happy at the moment, but it's about tempering that attitude and not letting you get ahead of yourself.
Yeah, 110%. I mean, mental is such a big thing in competitive Siege. I mean, you can be all the rounds ahead in the world that you want to be, and as soon as that mental sort of breaks, you lose 6 rounds in a row, you're in overtime, you lose 2 rounds in overtime, thanks for coming. and you regain the lead, and then, well, you lose. Which we've seen a couple of times. I mean, we saw it in the Big Dogs game. I mean, Altered Edge led 5-1, really convincing, and then ultimately...
that's not what we needed to see.
Yeah,
Goon.
no,
Come
that,
on,
that
mate.
was... Yeah, come on, Goon. I don't even know what I was saying anymore, Panda. They were on bank, something went wrong, they got ahead of themselves, it was 5-1 lead, and then Big Dogs came back and just stomped the yard, 7 in a row, 6 in a row, thanks for coming, we'll take that. And then they went back to dubless after that. So if they can keep up the mental, I mean, they keep up the change that we saw from them last week, we saw from them at the beginning of today, this could definitely be their game to win. And, anything can happen.
Yeah, I mean, at this stage, it's a case of Altered Zelios have enough in the tank to be able to push forward, of course. Do they have that resilience? Which, I mean, look, we've seen it before from them. We know that they're a team that can steel themselves in the moment. But that's what, twice now on a CCTV cache defense that things have been one player short, both times caught out, having used all their primary ammo, and then being punished for the secondary.
Yeah, and I mean, disconnects, what we saw it last week for Ben, or the week prior, having internet issues. So, again, unfortunate really, in the camp of Altered Zelios. But, albeit, it has been sort of interesting just to see how the teams are dealing with that sort of player down, and they've been doing really, really well.
And as we look to take a bit of a mid-match break, and we'll get a bit of a breakdown from the man himself, Cthulhu, welcome back. We unfortunately having some tech issues. What you've seen so far, what do you make of the matchup?
Honestly, it's been a bit of an interesting kind of dynamic coming around from both teams, where for Altered Zelios, they seem to be attempting to take this on a bit more of a serious kind of note, where they're trying to find their own kind of stride, their own momentum. And then we have Altered Edge that have been actually pushing the scoreline as much as they could. I mean, a 4-2 scoreline is certainly looking rather promising, although we've seen a number of teams, whether it's within OC or even just APAC in general, they get to that sort of high point where it's whether it's like 4-2 or 6-3, and then from there on just completely throw away all that advantage. So whilst it's so far all looking promising, and AE are certainly looking very much now all adjusted for OCL, it definitely is maybe a little bit too early to call it, because obviously everything could really happen in second half, and yeah, another 4-2 trade and upset galore.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's kind of rough, especially as well for Altered Zelios. 2 coin flip gunfights that have been lost purely because there wasn't enough ammo in the primary to get in the gunfight, Proto. And I mean, look, honestly, the half more than likely should have been sitting at a 3-3. They find themselves 4-2. So, I mean, it's not like it's been as one-sided as maybe a 4-2 represents.
Yeah, I mean, numbers don't say everything in a game like Siege. I mean, we look back to Playday number 5, Nutty Gaming versus Circular Spheres. You had 4 different rounds that could have been in favor of Nutty quite easily on a 50-50 1v1 gunfight. So at the end of the day, the numbers, they don't show anything. And I think that is the case with this matchup. I mean, yes, Altered Edge hold the lead, but it's over Altered Zelios, who even though they have the experience, they have been playing in this tier 2 sort of scene for a lot longer. And while, yes, Altered Edge have definitely composed themselves since sort of what we saw in the first 4 weeks, I definitely don't think it's up to quite the level that, Altered Zelios comfortably sit. So if they want, I'd imagine they'll probably just chuck the burners on, win a few rounds here and at least regain the lead, if not take the game out, but albeit, yet to see.
Well, right now we are going to throw it to a quick break. When we get back, hopefully we'll resolve these issues and we can jump back on into it. So we'll see you back soon to conclude Clubhouse.
I'm a boss. I'm not you.
a very solid half from Altered Edge, taking it 4-2 over Altered Zelios and Clubhouse so far. We look to jump back on into it in just a moment, getting ready to see how Clubhouse plays out and whether or not AE can take themselves a second victory, Cthulhu. But I mean, look, they're now heading over to the defense, which for most teams is sort of the favored side, but it's Altered Zelios. They're a team that can show up on the attack. So, I mean, complacency has no place here if AE want that victory.
Absolutely, yeah. Complacency cannot be instilled in any shape and form purely for the fact that, look, for AE, yes, they starting to, hit the actual burners, starting to fully push between themselves, between kind of play has been going for them. Only up until recently they've been starting to apply actual experience that they've gained throughout the whole stage 2. So here against AZ, a team that has been known to not really apply the general rulings of OCL, it might end up just getting overturned on an absolute 180, and for Altered Zelios to take over the whole scoreline.
Yeah, and I mean, look, given how close some of those rounds were, I think you could understand potentially that overtime scoreline coming into play, Proto, but it's still been a very chaotic game. And you've got to wonder, for a team like Altered Edge, who are still relatively new to this level of competition, that chaos can become a bit overwhelming. So is there a chance potentially they crumble in the face of what is hard to process gameplay?
Yeah, I mean, as we sort of talked about briefly before the break, I mean, we saw it in Bank. They found the 5 rounds on the big dogs. And then as soon as the big dogs sort of got a little bit wacky with it, it all sort of went downhill from there. Subsequently lost that matchup, which up until that point was, surprise, surprise. But coming into Clubhouse, they've got the lead. They now sort of realize that maybe that was the mistake that they were making, and have hopefully maybe made some changes in place to deal with that. But I definitely think if they sort of get to themselves, they start playing for themselves again, Altered Zelios quite easily are going to have a relatively easy time sort of flipping the script back into the game and just sort of getting back into the chaos. I mean, create it, make an opening. I mean, you let Ben go in there, you let Trippin go in and start just putting kills on the board. Yeah, Altered Edge definitely, possibly, could struggle with that, if Altered Zelios really open up the gates.
And look, so far it's been kind of as you'd expect. That it's played out. Most sites playing the way you would expect Cthulhu. We haven't seen any sort of crazy deviations or innovations coming through. But I mean, Altered Edge have tried to push the envelope. I think more so of the two teams. But do you reckon we see anything crazy out of Altered Zelios, or are they just going to return back to what is the staple, what is the meta, what they know to be true in Challenge League, and just look to try and bring this one back?
I get a feeling that we might see, Altered Zelios to try to, streamline things and see how that goes, but obviously bring in their own, their own funkiness. On the side of Altered Edge, I feel like as long as they just playing their own playstyle, as long as they just staying in their own mindset where they just don't let any sort of frustration, tilt, or cockiness get into their heads, I think they are on the right pathway where they could absolutely take the scoreline, take the 3-pointer for themselves, matter of fact. And better yet, actually, I believe if it is going to be a 3-pointer, to completely overtake both Nutty Gaming and Altered Zelios.
That'd be a hell of a jump. I mean, what a way to play out the rest of the stage, right, Proto? I mean, you start with a loss to Nutty Gaming, only to surpass them in the second to last week, and then set up for a hell of a Playday 7.
Yeah, it would be a pretty insane storyline provided, Ben. I mean, regardless of that, if they can sort of jump up those bottom 2 places, they will avoid relegations, or at least you would think that they would be looking good to possibly avoid relegations. But in saying that, there's still a possibility of another 4 to 7 rounds of Siege left in this matchup. So, albeit, I mean, if Altered Zelios can come back from the brink, sure, they go onto the attack now, so things do sort of get a little bit harder to some degree, but at the same time, Altered Edge go into the defense. And that is where they definitely seem to be a whole lot more comfortable at the end of the day, especially on a map like Clubhouse.
And obviously, Cthulhu, I'll give it to you here. You know, given what you've seen, how confident are you feeling with that prediction from the start of the match?
I reckon it still has place to come to. The overtime very much could happen, and I mean we've seen those sort of 4-2 trades to come around, especially with both teams kind of having a few rough days on either attack or the defense. We haven't really seen a whole lot of teams that are proficient on both the attack and the defense side. So eventually, the sort of integrity will start crumbling apart. So I'm getting a feeling that whilst probably not as confident as I was prior to the start of the match in overtime, I still think it has a place to happen. But if AE keep on doing what they've been pulling off so far, I mean, by all means, bring it over.
Yeah, look, I mean, justifiable, I think, at this stage would be that call for overtime still. But, I mean, do we just see A, hunker down and play the defense as it should be on Clubhouse Pro? Do you reckon they just go, you know, play, you know, basement, look to pick up your easy win there, gym bedroom, then CCTV, and I mean, at that stage, you're already threatening map point. Does this go much further than 3 rounds?
I think it does. I think if Altered Zelios have anything to say about it, it will be a continuation from 3 rounds. I mean, so far, up until that last 2 rounds, it had definitely been, you know, a trade and a back and forth, and a, you know, it was a 50-50 as opposed to who was going to walk away with it. And yes, you know, Altered Edge definitely sort of pushed on the mistake a little bit in that possible sort of last round there as for the 3-3, but either or, there is a very high chance, you know, that Altered Edge can close it out in 3, because as you said, they started off on the defense, they walk away with an easy dub, provided it is one of the sort of most attacker-sided sites that we see. Go upstairs to Jim, lock Jim down, and then finish it off with CC. They could even throw Bar into the mix, Panda, if I'm being completely honest. You know, throw them off a little bit and maybe even look to walk away with a victory there, given that Bar is now somewhat relatively defendable. So I guess we take it as it is and see how it comes, but it's definitely a prospect that we do have to sort of look at.
And speaking of prospects, unfortunately we haven't seen them in a while. Cthulhu, what do you reckon? What are the prospects that we do see Ascends come back with a team like Altered Zealous? You gotta hold out hope that it's a possibility.
Yeah, Ascends could really actually be brought out, given that for Clubhouse you could have a few lineups that Ascends could really bring in and completely shut down a number of rotations, or at least a number of positions to hold on to. But I think it is going to be kind of first we would see something like across the lines of a Nook before we get to see Sense to start popping up, given that their utility is still very much of a bit of a niche one. You do have to kind of play a couple of operators to play in tandem with that said utility. So yes, Altered Zelios could do it, but that won't be the first priority, at least in my eyes, with the way how they've been playing.
Absolutely zero faith from the man. Look, Proto, what do you look? As much as you love to see teams leaning into the new, the unexpected, I hate to admit it, I think Cthulhu's right. I think we are just going to go back to basics. I mean, it's Clubhouse, for goodness sake. It is a back to basics map. You see nothing crazy. But, I mean, there is that one pick that I'm maybe hedging my bets here a little bit. I know Cthulhu's going to be with me on it, but what do you reckon? Odds on statistically, do we see a Fuse? Do we see another out of the meta pick come in on a site that he can do a lot of damage on?
Maybe. I mean, we've seen him before on Clubhouse, especially now with the implementation of the whole, you know, hard breach through the hatches and walls and whatnot with the cluster charges. So could be something we see, albeit I don't think it's going to be something that we get to witness, unfortunately, here for the attacking side of Altered Zelios. I mean, unless we see someone like Ben choose to bring it. I mean, we've seen him bring him in the past. could be on. I mean, with the Heartbreach charges, he's a great replacement given that Hibana's been banned out. You know, you chuck him in there instead of the Bark. He brings the Heartbreach charges. He's got the cluster grenades to clear out the kitchen hatch for himself. I mean, a lot of utility bought plus the LMG. I mean, you can't shy over that. So, yeah, Fuse does have a relatively sort of good chance of being picked, I would imagine. Whether or not he is, a different question. He doesn't really fit into the fast and heavy style that Altered Zelios like, but he definitely brings the chaos. So, could definitely be on for some Fuse.
Yeah, and because earlier you touched on, you know, potential jumping of leaderboards and standings by the end of the night. It's worth talking about. Altered Edge currently in the bottom of the leaderboard. If they pick up the victory here, they would jump above, like you said, both Altered Zelios and Nutty Gaming. I think do we have it? Who win that one? Was it Nutty Gaming? No, it would have been Altered Zelios, I believe. Yeah, 7-3. So it would be Nutty Gaming locks down in first place until next week, and OCS prospects around the corner, and the three teams technically, that are all tied for first: Bliss, Wildcards, and Knights. So
heavy games.
Yeah, look, honestly, Cthulhu, at this stage, you kind of want to pick up the victory here.
Very much so. Very much so. Look, yeah, the OCS is getting closer and closer. It is kind of one of those prospects where we need to be very mindful about the the standings for both OCN and OCL as well. So, yeah, absolutely. For AE, if they do manage to yoink away a dub here, that's a huge up for them. And
You speak about it. We've just had confirmation from production. Altered Zelios, unfortunately, have been forced to forfeit. Ooh. It will be a 7-0 victory handed to Altered Edge, and subsequently they jump from 8th place up to 6th, with Nutty Gaming currently in last place. So unfortunately, yeah, we have had a pretty significant shuffle of the leaderboard off the back of that. Altered Zelios lose. I mean, look, Altered Edge picking up a regulation win asterisk, but I mean, look, I would be remiss to say that it was stolen. They were in the lead. They were playing good Siege, and I think there was a justifiable possibility that they could have taken that. But gentlemen, we are going to throw it to a break. When we come back, we'll look to get into our final match of the evening. We'll see you guys all back soon.
Changing.
speed running it here in Playday number 6. We're getting ready to jump into our last and, well, arguably most important match of the day, of course. Cthulhu coming into this one. If Dynasty can pick up the win here, it keeps the Get a Grip LFO win and chance and hope and dream at promo relegations alive. Whereas, I mean, honestly, if Circular Sphere is any kind of win for them, kind of seals the deal.
Yeah, basically here it's a bit of almost a kind of a miracle run, really, for Dynasty. Look, for them, basically the first place contention has been kind of sealed off. They are currently sitting on the 5th place, and as it stands, look, they could play the Kingmakers here to a certain degree. For Get a Grip LFO, they are currently still contesting for that first place, but Dynasty, Spruce, Fluxus, Sealy, Cyro, and Bob, that's a roster that has been developing, but still has a bumpy road ahead of them.
And Proto, I'm noticing something here for Circular Spheres. A certain someone is out, and a certain Maverick is back in. Goofed taking to the field today. No Ornami. So, I mean, look, under his lead, the team found quite a bit of success while Japer was unfortunately away. Now that the two of them are taking to play together, do you reckon that is an extra bit of buff power that maybe Dynasty weren't prepared for?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, having both Japer and Goofed on the field, I mean, just the sheer fragging power that Goofed alone brings. And as you said, you know, single-handedly topping the leaderboard, leading the team.
Oh,
he's
look,
got
there
the
he is.
sunnies
Okay.
on. He's ready to play. It's definitely a Goofed buff, I think. And Circular Spheres with him in tow for this matchup. I mean, this is going to be, I'd imagine, the most one-sided for the night, provided, you know, Circular Spheres don't let the ball drop at all.
Keeping in mind, though, obviously, the newest addition to Dynasty, Sealy coming in, adding some real star power, of course, Cthulhu. It hasn't quite gelled the way I think Dynasty would have liked, but this is a team who, when they bring their A game, probably could contest a couple of those OCN teams. So Circular Spheres potentially could be their own undoing if they get overconfident, you reckon?
Very much so, yeah. Look, Circular Spheres could definitely trip up on a couple of occasions, and I wouldn't put it past that this might be kind of the case going into this very matchup. But in the same vein, for Circular Spheres, look, they have been a team that just, it feels like it's impossible for them to slip up. Let's be real. And against Dynasty, that has on the complete opposite end of that whole storyline, they have been struggling to find their own kind of way around it. Yes, they picked up Sealy, but when you pose a star power of one new person into the roster against a star power of a whole, almost a 6-man roster, it does put it into quite a bit of a perspective as to who has a little bit more guns going into this.
I mean, you talk about impossibilities, but after 5 weeks at the bottom of the leaderboard, Altered Edge are no longer.
True.
There is possibilities galore tonight. Let's get onto the veto and see just how possible this all is. Of course, Villa on the cards here. Bank understandably banned out by Dynasty. Proto going into this map. I mean, you think about the players that are in this lobby going to Villa. There is, I mean, a number of highlight clips we could be hitting tonight.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Sealy's debut map for Dynasty was Villa, and I believe he ended up dropping 12 kills, something along the lines of that on the knock. So if we can do that again, you know, you'd love to see it. But yeah, definitely opportunities for some insane play. Surprisingly, the Bank got through so far. It definitely surprises me, especially given that Dynasty, lost to Altered Edge on it. Surprised that they let it go through the veto up until the second last ban. That is an interesting point, I guess, but albeit Villa.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to imagine maybe they're a little bit more confident on the map now that they've had the chance to go back and watch those VODs, but given the option and the previous success on the map, I think Villa was quite obviously the right choice. But I mean, Cthulhu going into this map, operator bans, potentials to come through. I mean, we've seen how the restriction of 2 operator bans per team, plus the introduction of a number of influential operators has changed the landscape of Siege, and that always tends to favor the team that's more successful, and that has to be Circular Spheres at the moment.
Yeah, for Circular Spheres, they definitely would be feeling a whole lot more comfortable. It's a map that they could really spread their wings here. And for Dynasty, yeah, look, it is going to be quite a bit of a roller coaster, I'll have to admit, because it is it's a map that allows you to bring quite a fair bit of flexibility, but in sort of a similar case how, Theme Park is a bit of a, odd one where you could kind of play a bit of hunker down. We've seen a few plays with the expansions and the roams. With Villa, that's ramped up to a double, so some picks in terms of something like a Nook, even Sens, could be much more sensible here.
Sensible? I mean, you were just saying it wasn't going to happen when we were talking about our last match.
That's a different map, boy.
Oh, absolute flip-flop of it. Proto, I mean, going onto this map, talking about things that we've seen in the past, the Nook has to be a talking point on this map. How impactful she has been on those maps that allow for the deep flank and the deep roam, not just on the defense but on the attack, of course. But Nook being in play needs to be something of focus. Do we even see it target banned away for these teams?
We could. I mean, we've seen it banned out in a couple of Playdays here for the Challenger League of Stage 2. So, I mean, 100% it's there for a big possibility. But if it isn't, I'd imagine it will definitely see some extended use in play. It'll either be majority of rounds or it'll be for a couple of rounds. There's no sort of in the middle, I guess, really, for Nock. She's sort of the minor replacement for Ash, but not really in terms of what she brings. Obviously, the gun is only an SMG. But with the nades, with the silent step, the possibility to bring the hard breach charges as well, what she does bring is this sort of an insane amount of maneuverability. And on a map like Villa, when you have the basement, which is such a maneuverable part of the map, I mean, you've got 3 different staircases, 3 different options to go up into 3 different sections. I mean, that opens up the door for so many types of plays. I mean, we've seen Sealy do it. I wouldn't be surprised if we see it at the same time. If she isn't banned, I will not be surprised if we see her played majority of rounds by both teams.
And that one nagging feeling that I get when it comes to operators, Cthulhu, there's this one that just seems to keep coming back on Villa. Look, let's be honest, she probably isn't as welcome as I think most people would think that she is. Amaru has to be a point of concern, especially for Circular Spheres, especially if they start to feel comfortable. Do we think they full send it? I'm going to answer that for you. Of course they are. Of course they are. Proto, final thoughts as we head to the fly through. How do you think this one's going to shape up?
Oh, if I had to guess, Panda, something along the lines of a 7-3, 7-2 possibly at the end of the day. But yeah, I reckon 7-3 Spheres.
All right, we'll let you go and sit back in the wings. We'll take it from here. Cthulhu, we jump on into Villa, of course. An endless number of possibilities, but if you get a grip, LFO, Dynasty are the team that you want to win. Circular Spheres, if they take it here, they absolutely lock it in. I mean, look, not 100%. Obviously, if it's an overtime win, then there are still possibilities, but full 3 points, it's all done. It's all dusted. They are taking out Stage 2.
Yeah, this is basically the matchup to solidify Circular Spheres in the first place, to get themselves that promo match. So quite a lot of things riding on this one. Interestingly enough, I do see Flores and Finca banned out. For Circular Spheres, they trying to make sure that none of that quote-unquote crutch play is being brought in. And on top of that, Flores to be taken out does only leave the ground 4 players like, well, Thatcher and Twitch, but Azami out of the equation. As a person who obviously watched a lot of a lot of comp Siege, Azami ban does make sense. As a viewer, I'm kind of sad because Azami on Villa could go absolutely hard, and we could see some very interesting rotations being set up. But obviously with her out of the equation, plus Valkyrie, we are back to somewhat of a kind of standardized play, but straight off the bat, interestingly enough, for Circular Spheres, they're introducing a Thunderbird. So they crippled the attack, but bringing out the healings for themselves on the defense.
Yeah, I mean, the key to Siege is obviously take the path of least resistance, and that is usually at the moment to ban Azami out. But we go into things a split start trophy and statuary to be in play to kick this off. And like you said, Thunderbird there. Look at the utility burn. Dynasty, I mean, look, they've got the hallmarks of a team that could take this map out, but the inconsistency has been the biggest issue.
Yeah, inconsistency has been a talking point that we'll have to keep an eye out here as well. Looking at the lineup of Dynasty, though, quite a fair bit of utility that they are bringing in. I mean, introducing the Twitch deck now is going to be Oso, so I'm assuming that's the person who will be playing around the Astro wall, or not wall, Astro window. Then introducing Celia on the Nook. Roro mentioned this, that if Nook is going to be let through the ban phase, absolutely she will get picked, and we'll straight away we do get that for Dynasty. So overall, I'm liking what Dynasty are looking to bring in. On the side of Circular Spheres, it is all about that sort of aggression and just buffing it to the maximum. I mean, the Oryx, the Aruni, the Alibi, even Womai when physics could go absolutely huge on the roam. And then, well, say you get tagged up on the roam, come back, reheal, back to it again.
Celia already pushing in through Art Studio, wants to get below with those frag grenades. Pings through. Unfortunately, it's just going to be a little bit off the mark there. Information potentially just a little bit too late. Shots coming out from Physics will reveal his position. Celia making that beeline for the main stairs. In fact, looking to potentially head outside, playing off of the drone info, identifies where the majority of these targets are.
Does look like it. Very interesting that so far it's been kind of just both teams almost probing, trying to figure out where's a good place to push. Grim starts to fall first, plus Japer to trade out Cyro. Not a bad trade, but when you're thinking about it, it's technically is actually a much more favorable for defense trade. With Iana gone, that's the sheer abundance of the info gathering utility, plus the frag grenades gone.
Not to mention a pretty solid gun in the form of the ARX as well. So yeah, look, you take that quite comfortably. I think if you Circular Spheres Crimstar on the Oryx, not the end of days there. Spruce, again, taking a bit of chip damage, just setting up the Claymores for potential run-out plays, but it's Sealy sitting on the red stairs at the moment, looking to maybe make a push up, but bopped, caught out, followed by Flux as well. And it's that significant compounding of losses. Physics taking some punishment, rotates back and finds the Kona stations. He's sitting pretty, hitting the final minute.
Oh yeah, quick turnaround. Sealy does find himself a frag before actually trading out Physics during that whole gunfight. So at least this is now evened out to 1v1. All of a sudden, Spruce might just be able to hit it, but because Spruce ended up, unfortunately, hitting the Alibi frame as well, doesn't particularly bode too well for his position or location being known. But now that he's starting to make those rotations, Goofed is being left a little bit questioning as to where the push could be happening. Diffuse as well being dropped on the opposite side of the map doesn't bode too well. So now for Spruce, this is going to be a rather gargantuan effort to make that sort of big brain play.
Final 20 seconds here, and Spruce has to make his moves. Absolutely trying to big brain this and the rotate through towards Trophy. Spruce, does he know where Goofed is? Does Goofed know where Spruce is? Yeah, and he does! Spruce, he's in the danger zone. He goes down. Goofed, massive round to start this map off.
Nicely done. Yeah, that was a really clean turnout there for Goofed. Keeping calm and collected. Basically farming up a storm. Circular Spheres kicked things off really, really well, but ended up letting a few plays slip. So good to see that Goofed, as kind of the last case scenario, is able to very confidently clutch it all up. Straight off the bat, though, Dynasty do end up bringing in the Sens for the round number 2 for Aviator Games. Not a bad idea, actually, given that Sens could assist with a number of pushes, namely the study push, to be able to kind of turn it into a bit of a foothold for the attack. But in saying that, a lot of preparation needs to be done in terms of just the utility and information denial for the defense, and from there on, look, the sky's the limit, I suppose.
I mean, yeah, especially considering, you know, most teams will be opening up that right-hand panel that we see unreinforced. So if you can get it from that study window, get one of the green walls rolling across study, cut that angle off. You can look to make a play, get in, contesting the door. So honestly, as much as it is a shame to see it picked out here, I do think there is a lot of room for a Sens pick and play on this map.
Absolutely. So unfortunately, though, Sens will be only just a bait for now. And Spruce would just opt into the Hibana pick, Sealy, to return back to the iconic Buck pick for his own self. Speaks a little bit more of a talk about the comfort zone, I suppose, for Dynasty. Look, the first round felt slightly more experimental, it seems, for some of their plays, for the way how they looked to, you know, execute their attack on Villa. This time, this might just end up being a little bit more, you know, well coordinated, a little bit more kind of back-to-back together of a push, and kind of see how they go from there. But Cyro, perfect catch off onto Jordy, and not yet being traded out does mean that it is scot-free.
Yeah, completely untouched, completely unscouted, just not paying the respect where it's due to Dynasty on the entry into the building. It was something that I highlighted. You know, when this team is hitting and firing on all cylinders, they are a truly terrifying beast to behold, and Cyro showcases that in spades. Two very big kills to start the map off. Both Japer and Geordie out of the equation. And a two-player lead with not a single point of health lost is exactly what Dynasty are looking for.
Very much so. This is the lead that is very much needed here for Dynasty to try to keep on pushing on, to keep on rolling, and to basically overpower Circular Sphere's Goof, looking to get that swing going. And in comes that sound cue. It was initially good, but the shots from Sealy did not line up as much as they wanted. Physics as well, completely negating that sort of player advantage. It's been not good, but at least the flank watch is there, but it's back and forth. It's a bloodbath, Panda.
Can you hear the logins? Because I certainly can. Goofed. 3-0 right now. Bit of a swing there from Physics, not connecting. Flux is going to go for a bit of a hunt to try and get it, and he will find it. Goofed has to clutch up here. No, unfortunately caught. Revenge for Spruce here in the second round. And we're tied up 1-1. One site success. Aviator, the weaker of the two, surprisingly.
Of the two, yeah. The AVG is a bit of an interesting one, really, because it very much relies on having just a kind of a stable, aggressive momentum, it seems, to play, at least within the terms of this sort of meta, where teams starting to, you know, expand a little bit further and further, trying to make a plays around just all over the map. And I mean, it was a good attempt to have the Oryx play down below, go for that late flank, but unfortunately a lot of things very much hinged on the fact that the Oryx does get the kill onto the red stairs, and well, history didn't allow that very thing, it seems. But a retry certainly indicates that Circular Spheres do very much know now how Dynasty are looking to play it all off, and I suppose first thing that they will attempt to not really do is, well, not play around the library, because two times we did see not Circular Spheres, Dynasty make an entry into the building. It was off the back of that workshop.
Yeah. I mean, look, I'm really appreciating the way that Circular Spheres are running this Thunderbird as well, especially when Thinker is off the board. It's almost, you know, that sort of salt in the wounds situation where, well, you can't have heals, we can, you just have to deal with it type beat. And well, they're banging that drum as hard as they can.
Very much so. Oh. Circular Spheres looking at the lineup. Nothing much really has changed, apart from the fact that Physics just opted now into bringing in the smoke. So, idea now being that, well, the roam will still be relatively the usual kind of deal, but everything else from there on, if roam is not really working out, well, default back to the side and just play defensively, play anchor style. Goof does get the better of Sealy as well, off the back of, I believe that was a vertical position that works out very, very well. And so far, it seems like just dialing it back down a little bit on to just those abundance of rotation seems to have worked out pretty well, all things considered.
Bopped here on the note. Japer just swings it. Will be traded back by Bop to finally gets himself his first kill 3 rounds in. I mean, look, it's not like he's been lagging behind, but Unfortunately, in a match of this nature,
Oh, no. That is foul. What happened there? Oh, yeah. Look, a bit of an upset, bit of a yikes there. Not gonna lie for. Yeah, with that.
Okay,
with
let's
that
just
MLA, yeah.
let's just move on. I'm sorry, there's just nothing else to say, especially when Goof hits that
Oh!
and the follow up circular spheres. It's all momentum. It's all rotation. It's all coming together.
Yeah, it's all coming together rather nicely. I mean, when Goof vibing this hard, is there anything that's going to stop him, really? Plus, I mean, for Dynasty, it's been a bit of a kind of almost a road to self-discovery, it seems. Even that trophy room and statuary will be now in place. The circular spheres, they got the momentum. Dynasty, they looked a little bit shook on a couple of plays. And the moment they start losing those first picks, this is where kind of their general approach starts falling apart. This is where it seems like the mental starts getting rattled a little bit. More so, I guess at least on my end, the question being is just how much of the fuel is actually been put into this very matchup. Because for Dynasty, I mean, look, they already managed to solidify that they're not getting relegated. What stops them from just, just trying some more unusual strats and seeing how well will they work here and just treat it as a much more, a little bit more of a serious scrim?
Well, I mean, it's also how much they want to keep Get a Grip LFO in with a chance to try and make that promo match themselves. Honestly, just playing for the denial in and of that nature is, honestly, for a team like Dynasty, I think motivation enough.
True. Bruce himself would want some sort of a chaos to be generated, I would imagine, as well. But as it stands, Bopt is looking to make a very interesting entry here. Prepared to make the play as soon as the chaos starts being ramped up around the master bedroom. Interestingly enough as well, Sealy is holding the window around the sort of the entry to the trophy room, but would have been probably a little bit more logical to have him, start crawling around or creeping around the bottom floor and start making his way maybe towards those said Astro stairs to be able to at least back up or get a retrade if Bob does go down on that entry. But not too sure what is the actual game plan here. But as it stands, so far it's been a bit of a quiet one and just waiting for those pushes to start happening. Dynasty might end up getting a little bit stalled out on the push through the bedroom and the master bedroom. Or rather, sorry, bathroom and the master bedroom. But, oh, yeah, did not work out at all.
Grimstar and Goof take two to kick the round off. No Nomad, no Armor. Luckily, Sealy's there to trade back Goofed. At the bare minimum, they lose Syra, they lose Geordie, Spruce, the Suppress. Look, obviously doing enough of a job that they get themselves in, but Japer. What a play! Sealy to the back of the head, Crim to the front. And it is another Circular Spheres round. And they are playing like that promo spot depends on it. I mean, to an extent, it does.
It does. Absolutely, it does. And I mean, for all the valid reasons, Circular Spheres want this. Almost kind of their, they're next in line after, obviously, Kraken departed from OCL. They were the ones already back then gunning for it and giving hell to a lot of teams. So, understandably so, they would want to claim the spot here as well. So, going further in, curious how will Dynasty be able to really reply to all of this, because so far it just seems like it's just Circular Spheres games, just through and through. Whereas for Dynasty, they just here in for just a bit of a cruise with them. So, yeah. Not too sure what to really call it here for Dynasty as it stands.
Again, I think it's that unfortunate nature of the beast. Nutty Gaming found themselves up against a hungry Get a Grip LFO. Dynasty find themselves up against a hungry Circular Spheres. Circular Spheres know that a victory here seals the deal. They are in for promo relos. They are in with a shot at Oceanic Nationals, and that is the end goal here for the OCL.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for Circular Spheres, this is the one. Arguably, the matchup that theoretically they should be the ones winning, really, when we look at it. Between a team that has been quite consistently not really dropping anywhere further than 3, maybe 4 rounds, against Dynasty, a team who has had a very rough run. I mean, 2 regulation wins, 2 overtime losses, and 1 outright loss. Against a team who went flawless so far in the season, I mean, what more could you ask? Because I think at this point, just all of the cards could be looking in. Unless we do get the sort of the storyline of Altered Edge that just, you know, the last few playdays completely evolved, completely just turned on and ready to rumble. But with Dynasty, it's been a very much of a kind of a tale of just self-discovery throughout the whole season, really.
That it has. Geordie taking some early damage. It's now remedied by those Kona stations that he's deployed as well. Physics on the alert. There's a lot of off-site presence here, as you would expect for a site like this down in kitchen and dining. You want that extension. You want to control the verticality as well. And with a minute 20 burn, I think Circular Spheres are doing this quite comfortably. Sealy, though, the push on into Trophy, looking for a flank. Unfortunately, too little too late. I mean, Circular Spheres, having comfortably burnt that time, have retreated the majority of their players down to the site.
Yeah, there's definitely already quite a fair bit of leeway has been given to Circular Spheres to just readjust for the push. And it seems like that has been kind of a reoccurring issue where Dynasty just give way too much room for that rotation for Circular Spheres to make those plays. And instead of, you know, going in similar way how we've seen between, you know, 1620 Kings and 1620 Kings and the Big Dogs, where Big Dogs just full send it to just do their best to make an entry into the building. Here for Dynasty, they're just struggling to make the very said entry.
They are. That Jafer, a lethal player, off the board early with that MX4 Storm. Again, you take that where you can for Dynasty. They're looking for their way back into this matchup. Of course, the vert angles from Flux, but it's Bot taking down Physics next. It's all starting to come together. Dynasty looking to make that push in the final 20 to equalize this half if possible. Goofed, unfortunately overplayed on the swing. Shots are good from Spruce, but they are also from Goofed. Swinging back on in, he finds the kill. Geordie looking to hold it, but he can't. Just mopped up Krim. And the 1 versus 3, but 6 seconds left. All he has to do is deny here. Cthulhu, this might come down to the clock. Looks for the player towards Laundry, but no. Sealy from range is just as lethal. And 2-3 the scoreline with 1 round remaining. Dynasty still in with the chance.
All right. Dynasty bringing this in is certainly looking very promising in their play. If they will be able to push this to a 3-3 scoreline, this is where maybe for Circular Spheres things will get a little bit more chaotic in terms of just things starting to slip away. But we've seen on a number of occasions where teams would have a very closely contested first half, and then one of the teams just completely runs away with the second half, completely not really leaving a whole lot to be said. I mean, you look back at even the Southeast Asian Operation League as well. We've seen a number of occasions where even teams like Elevate, they have been contested to the absolute limit in the first half, 3-3 scorelines, and then from there on, it's just a complete send away from there on. So, wouldn't be surprised if, say, Circular Spheres do allow and Dynasty to grab that third point in the first half, and then second half to just completely run it away, because we are going to be seeing quite a difference in the playstyle between Dynasty and Circular Spheres when they are on attack.
Yep, that's exactly the case. But when Circular Spheres, when we're around here, we put them in a comfortable spot, as you would expect. I mean, honestly, again, statistically, 4-2 is the likely outcome for a map of Villa, but Dynasty, in with a grin, absolute gunners that they are going to push that and try and deny what is statistically accurate. I mean, you look at Sealy and Spruce alone, and Cyro there along with them. Oh, no,
okay.
Never mind. Bot gets goofed. Takes his 9th kill of the map.
Bit of a L there for Bobt. Hoping to, you know, get just a quiet game and just enjoy his time here in OCL, but Goof just says, no, we don't do that here. Fun? No. No fun for you. Understandably so. Look, keeping up that sort of pressure is all good and pretty. Japer gets completely caught off on what I'm assuming is, yeah, just a pre-fire through the window. But off the back of also some drone information as Physics all gets pressed quite heavily around the position. Unable to actually pick up Japer, but yeah, finished off at the end by the frag grenade.
Cthulhu, you know who would have been a great addition to this round that isn't picked this round but has been for the other 5? Thunderbird. Thunderbird would have been a great pick. Unfortunately, they opt out of it in the final round of the half, and it is not to be. Geordie. Head spotted there. Sealy's going to go for it with the nade. Banks it off, but no. Unfortunately, gets it through the gap. Threads the needle. And it is too far down the hallway to have any sort of significant impact. 4 versus 4 here with 80 seconds remaining.
Yeah. Already quite a fair bit of damage has been dealt on both ends. Flux basically on a deathbed, courtesy of Goofed as well. Physics is low on HP, so quite a fair bit of that sort of downslope play that could really happen on both sides, where both teams could really fall apart in just a moment's notice. Frag grenade could be in, no swing coming around. Sealy is just ducking and bobbing and weaving, really dodging all those shots, and it's been so far good. Taking over the control of the 90 though, this could be where Dynasty could establish a really good foothold. I don't know what's happening. What foothold and play off the back of that. There we go.
Syro, though, he's in the side, catches the angle onto Geordie, but shut down as a trade back. Physics should be able to finish him off. Back to the 3 versus 3. Health bars almost identical between the two teams right now. Minimal difference at best. Goof to fall. Physics can't line up the shots that he needs to. It's on him and Krim, but no. Physics will fall. Flux finds it. And it's now on Krim. Start to clutch up. Spots it, but it's too little too late. 10 seconds remaining. All he needs to do is deny and stall it out. Krim prone. Looking for it, but no. Sealy holds down the angle. Cthulhu, we get our 3-3 half. Dynasty. Not out of this by any stretch.
Oh, well, yeah. Look, just as I thought that this could be a big turnaround and, you know, Circular Spheres could just run away with a 4-2. Dynasty do bring it back very nicely, very cleanly as well. So, as it stands, well done by them. Now looking to go into the attacking side. Circular Spheres, yeah. Maybe the pressure is starting to get to them. Maybe it's just, you know, just the way how the cookie crumbles on Villa. Dynasty, again, it's a team that shouldn't really be per se, you know, discounted going into this very matchup. So, I mean, the plethora of differences. Look, if we do get either of those teams on the interview, I'm very much looking forward to hearing what they had to say about that. Because obviously, you know, for Circular Spheres, they would have mad confidence going into the matchup just purely for the fact that so far their run has been good. But with, as Goof said, just treat everyone equally and just do their diligence in preparation. So, who knows where is the actual truth, but given that Japer wasn't in Twitch chat already saying, nah, the storyline is dead, maybe to a certain degree, there are some nerves in here.
I mean, look, you only have to look back at the North American League promo relegations match and the man, the myth, the legend, Connor D'Apollonio CDAPS manifesting the Parabellum victory and promotion to the NAL. And now look at Parabellum. They're looking absolutely lethal. And maybe, just maybe, Owen is manifesting the storyline, the dream, the hope, to get a grip LFO. With his sacrifice of 90 Jin, anything is possible. They pray to the dark gods, and we'll see if it's heard and accepted.
Yeah, very much curious to see how this all play out, because Japer is already on a heater, showing Sealy, this is how you play the Nook. This is how you swing with a suppressed FMG9. The frag grenade does not land, but Goof does in fact land onto Syro. All of a sudden, just, yeah, Circular Spheres just turned it up to the absolute maximum, whereas Bobt and Co are just forced to play very, almost passive, just trying to play for damage control, it seems.
They are not here to mess around. You could see in the way that they're approaching the site. Acceleration is the name of the game. Very quick pace approach to the site, looking for everything The frag grenade would have been there, and I think it might just be Japer. No, has he oversold the mark? Yeah, he has, unfortunately. Missed opportunity, just a bit of chip damage there on the Flux. And I mean, look at it, we're not even halfway through, and there are 2 players remaining here for Dynasty on the defense.
Yep, Dynasty seem to be just crumbling under all of this sort of pressure, and it's been rather just unfortunate. Crimstar just basically waiting for those swings to happen, to come around. Flux just being cornered here on so many positions, and yeah, physics to wrap it all up. Very much well, shows how much they have prepared, how much they're ready to just take the dub and just run away with it. Because as it stands, well, Circular Spheres definitely looked much more convincing in their approach with the entry into the building, with the way how they established their sort of comfort ground and comfort zone, and from there on, yeah, look, everything else kind of fell apart for Dynasty.
Yeah, 4-3, so they do take the first round of the half. And I mean, look, that was a scary attacking round from Circular Spheres. Aviator Games going to be back into play for Dynasty once again. So you'd have to hope that they've identified where the weaknesses were in their defensive setup for this site, because otherwise it is probably going to play out much the same as the last time.
Yeah, it definitely felt rather odd, that whole general round, because to justify that sort of repick, usually we would see something just like colossal, you know, downfall of a team, and then they kind of looking at it, okay, look, fair enough, all good, that's fine. But for Dynasty, they did get picked apart rather thoroughly there on the previous round, so I'm not too sure whether it's just them just trying to play to just readjust and just hope to play a little bit more passively and just let the swings come to them, or whether it's just they looking, look, yeah, maybe I'll just be ready for sort of these sort of swings and just swing harder at that. So those will have to wait and see how this sort of match will go, because for Dynasty, they've very much been left on a bit of a back foot.
Yeah, definitely the case. Back foot is never an ideal situation to be playing from. Geordie in his mouse one. Singing out, ringing out. Cyro in a world of trouble currently. Holding that possession. The utility dump towards to try and clear him out. Can they land the nade? Yes, they can. Goofed with the finisher there. No more Whammy in this extension. The long angle's working for Geordie there too. Bop to fall. And it's just capitulation of disaster here for Dynasty. Again, first minute, 2 players already down.
Tragic is what it is for Dynasty at the moment, really. They are trying their best to just hold on to this sort of set of positions, just dearly with their life, but at least Japer does fall, courtesy of Spruce Moose, on the roaming smoke out of all the players, but so far Dynasty keep on, you know, trying to thresh around and trying to keep themselves afloat, but as it stands, it is definitely a long road for them to overtake Circular Spheres within the context of this matchup.
You know, the other name for a long road is a highway.
Yeah, right, thank you.
And unfortunately, Goof no longer riding that highway to the danger zone, as it were. 3 versus 3, heading to that final minute mark. Flux and Sealy looking to cover where they can. But you look at the players, you look at the utility, you look at the weaponry on the cards currently for Dynasty. They have some real long-range threat. They've got some big utility to play around. Unfortunately, no hard breaches. Not that there was a hard breacher in play anyway. But the gunners here could be all the difference.
Absolutely so. And 3v3, this is all going to be a rather big set of swings. With Flux actually set up, he will be the first one to try to find a response onto that push from 90. So right now, Circular Spheres being all disconnected from each one another, this could be the big opportunity for Dynasty to actually take out the win.
See, they're taking a bit of damage. Krim with the smoke off. Geordie's in the sight, looking for the cutoff between. That's a massive angle. Sealy dropping Krim. Does Geordie? No! He's been found by Spruce from the backside. And Physics alone to try and clutch up. Spots one, catches the kill onto the other, but little to no health to work with. And about 9 seconds to boot. This is not ideal. Does he catch the player prone? No, he doesn't. Seal is good for it, and Dynasty will equalize once again.
There we go. There we go. Dynasty slowly but surely ramping up the numbers. Not really letting this slip away as much as it initially looked, but yeah, Spruce's look kind of just tells the story that it's a little bit of a stressed kind of play where they always on that sort of on the brink of just completely fumbling the whole round, but in the same vein, they under that very said stress, they seem to be able to perform, and that sort of disconnected play from Circular Spheres kind of actually played almost perfectly into the hands of Dynasty. So possibly, maybe Dynasty just might have found that sort of the quote-unquote the win condition here, Panda. Or at least in that round. Sorry.
Yeah, look, I don't think you're far wrong, honestly. It's scrappy play. I honestly think and Dynasty, not Direwolves, they're a different team. If you don't know, you'll find out about it. Don't worry. They're kind of a big deal if we're being honest with ourselves. But right now, Dynasty, I mean, what a bounce back that would be. There's a lot of pressure on them. They lost to Altered Edge after a rather, let's be honest, embarrassing Playday. They, by all means, should have won that. Sealy trying some shenaniganry. Whether or not he breaks an ankle is a different story. He's not quite going to be able to get it here, I don't think. Yeah, nah, absolutely flopped it. Gives up and saves himself a trip to the A&E.
Very much so. Fox could have a big opportunity to later down the line and completely shut down a certain set of pushes, but Dynasty there, at the moment just kind of waiting for what is going to be that first move from Circular Spheres, and you look at the sheer amount of the drones right now. The onslaught is coming. And for Spruce right now even, he might just end up getting overwhelmed because the moment that safe ground in the main hallway downstairs falls and completely gets forfeited, his position starts getting much more expendable.
Sealy not in the ideal spot right now, especially with this lurking from below. Sire looking to contest, but it's goofed. Finding the nade onto Flux. The drone may have given Japer his opportunity. Knows that there's a player close, but misplays the opportunity pretty significantly. Gives it over the little pop nade through. Wow, okay, Cyro. You need to shoot if you're going to stick your head through the door. And all of a sudden, we're back to that same momentum that Circular Spheres had in the start of this half. 2 frags in the first half of the round.
Yeah, already Sealy caught on that rotation. Unfortunately, it does not work out for him. Playing in tandem with those flashbangs as well. This would have been perfect to try to conceal the push, but right now, yeah, this is all starting to look a little bit dicey. An ambitious swing from Spruce into 3 different guns, plus physics as well on site. Does not leave a whole lot of room for imagination as to how the round could go. Circular Spheres back into the swing of things, but it's been that sort of pattern where it's just back and forth play, where Circular Spheres, they in the lead. They're only 1 round away from securing the match point, which is basically going to ensure that, yeah, they will be in the first place, I believe. So, for Dynasty, all things considered, you could prolong your stay, but at this, if Circular Spheres are playing like this, good luck with that, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, like it was a hope and a dream. It was a bit of a long one at that, but I think at this stage, it's getting more tense. I think for Get a Grip LFO than anyone else in this competition. Off the back of this performance alone, every round is a nail biter for them. Every round that Circular Spheres picks up is a clincher. And honestly, I think minimum they're hoping for is an OT victory for Dynasty.
Yeah, minimum.
I mean, technically, even an overtime win for Circular Spheres is workable for them.
True, but again, that sort of shortens down the list even further of the possibilities, and kind of at that point, yeah, you certainly will need to ensure that another miracle happens basically in the last Playday. So for the time being, let's focus more so on just this very matchup, because it has been relatively actually close for the majority of it. Some of the swings that Cyro and co were able to perform were quite formidable, but the moment players like Sealy, players like Spruce do end up falling apart, the rest of Dynasty seem to be, well, not headless, but certainly lose a little bit the track of what was supposed to be done, kind of thing.
Goof on the try. I mean, Goof having a fantastic performance today. Crimstar taken down Bot. And it's just, again, that acceleration early on into the round, finding traction. Bopped being shut down. No Mozzie, no Nitro, no picked up pest drones. Goof down in the basement as well, lurking to try and clear out anyone off site right now. Circular spheres. I mean, this is a wide net that they are casting, but they are casting it to great success.
Oh, yeah. Circular spheres are one of the few teams that have been able to perform some of the more rather ambitious, full-on expansions across the whole map, and then be able to execute it down to nearly full perfection. Whereas a number of teams just were unable to find that sort of the right momentum, the right pacing, or even just sheer confidence, really. So now for Japa, oh, he sees the head right now. He might just be able to find the down, and indeed he does. Flux finished as well on top of it all. Dynasty once again crumbling here.
Sealy holding the angle, finds Goof, but does not anticipate Crim being there as well. The dual swing, the aggro run at Sealy with the nade, I'm a little bit questioning, but Japa allows us to move on for 2. And they are just feeding up a feast. Circular spheres. Cthulhu, they are in reaching distance. They are that close to locking it out and completely nullifying Get a Grip's chances.
Jeez. Yeah, this has very much been kind of a talk about, well, first of all, how long will Dynasty be able to run through it all, and how well will they be able to play? Interestingly enough, they do end up calling the timeout, but I think the damage by this time already has been done. Albeit, if Dynasty end up pushing this to OT and then winning in OT, look, this is still very much still workable, still playable for Get a Grip LFO, but Spruce giving a bit of a lecture to the boys, well, we might see a little bit of a change in the general pacing, maybe.
Indeed. Oh boy. I mean, this, even with the current result, is one of the best showings we have seen from Dynasty this stage.
True.
And yeah, they may not win the map. They may not get a single point out of it. But they have looked competitive against the current top seed from the Challenger League. And it's a shame that it's taken them this long to bring that out.
It does, yeah. It certainly feels a little bit unfortunate here for Dynasty. But in the same vein, say they do end up coming back for next stage whenever that does happen. I definitely would be keen to see how will they perform, because, a similar kind of storyline has been, told back in stage 1 of OCL for 1620 Kings. Look where they are now. They managed to polish up their performance, polish up their game, and it was genuinely a pleasant, kind of glow up from them. So same could be said here for Dynasty. As long as they stick around with the similar roster, don't try to go for the same kind of swings of, hey, we didn't get the results that we wanted, complete roster change, and engage in that whole roster switch fiesta. I reckon together they could do a lot of damage once they figure out their chemistry and their coordination and everything.
I'm sorry, I completely just wasn't listening to what you were saying, because Geordie's playing Sens, and that's all that really matters right now. We are finally going to get to see them come into play. How effectively, though, is a different story. But yes, no, look, you are right. I was listening. At least I want to make it seem that way. Am I lying? Am I not? Who knows? You never will.
Never will, indeed. Already quite an ambitious play, though, from Physics. As that push actually gets prevented rather well, all things considered.
He finds one back, and there is technically one green wall remaining here. whether or not they can make it more successful than the last. Nitron to the window. Crimstar out of danger for the moment. Able to quickly scuttle away from the threat. Japer is in study. Wants to try and make a play into sight. Oh, he might get caught out in cross angles. Here's the magnet go out. Spots the head. Cyro able to escape the shots to come through. This is a wild round, Cthulhu. This is bizarre. This is, who would have thought? Geordie. He's going to push up, and, well, that's a shotgun.
Yeah, can't really
And
do
the
much.
diffuser.
And the diffuser, yeah. They can't really do much about that, and certainly this is looking to be a whole lot more promising now for Dynasty to get just one step closer to being able to claim an overtime at least, and run away with at least 1 point and not allow a full 3-pointer for Circular Spheres. Could be a great prospect, but Japer, knowing how much of a magician he can be, certainly there's a lot of possibilities here.
Crimstar capable of a bit of wizardry in his own right. Could potentially see him make that happen. Sorry, look at his positioning. Sealy there as well. They've got diffuser control, so they can sit comfortably. The shotgun, not quite good enough this time. Japer, low on health, about to be swung, finished off by Sealy and Crim. One man alone, looking for the vert. Spot Sealy, catches him in the ankles, but that's all it is. Cthulhu, we look to be going one deeper, barring some miracle play. 5-6, the likely outcome of this round. Camera out. Crim whiffs the opportunity onto the Banshee. It's just a slow march towards it, but Dynasty within striking distance of overtime.
Absolutely so, yeah. Crimstar only 2 frags away from closing out the whole round as it is. 13 seconds and a dream. Prone shot is there. Sealy very much lines it all up. We are sticking around for way more rounds here, Panda, it seems. At least one more. Given that, well, Dynasty are doing their best to push this. And certainly the tech pause has helped quite a fair bit, but whether Dynasty will be able to push this to OT, now that is a whole different question, because each and every round has been very much of a complete switch around of who gets to control the general momentum here.
Yeah. One round for both these teams. The most important rounds that I think that they have played all stage. I would not like to be either of these teams in that situation.
Yeah. Be a heartbreak either way. Dynasty wins this is a heartbreak for Circular Spheres, because obviously they would have wanted to wrap up the matchup right here, right now, and make their sort of run for OCS already known now. But if Dynasty end up losing, this is one of the closest games that we've seen, and this is one of the closest contests against Circular Spheres that we've seen for a while. It would be quite an upset if it all ends right here, right now. But regardless, it has been an absolutely nuts matchup to really watch. And
Yeah, indeed. Definitely makes for some good quality Siege. Right now, though, the mirror rather being in play makes this a rather hard task to deal with. It's Cyro, this top pantry stairs shield. Well, you know what I mean. Top basement shield could be the difference maker. Last time Cyro overplayed his hand, re-peeked the window and was shut down. But I mean, if he can deny the roam, the clear from below, that could be huge.
yeah, could be a big play. I would very much keen to see happen, but we're looking at the lineups, looking at the positionings of the defense. Sealy holding around the 90 hallway with Bob playing around the aviator room, whilst the remainder of the team playing close by to the actual trophy statue, with one present at the Astro stairs. Believe there is knowledge about the position over by the Astro stairs, so he has got plethora of information to really play around. So now it's more so down to Dynasty. How will they handle their pressure?
Dynasty just, I mean, they have to play the defense to a T. They played the clock. They play the utility game, goofed with the nade, tossed deep, knows that shield was there, misses the opportunity. Cyro, no! How do you go and re-peak that position twice only to lose it?
Not too sure myself, but fortunately it has been a rather frustrating turnout. Cyro and Sealy now full. Japer on his own crusade. Here's the footsteps, the shots is there. Vector is better than the FMG9 at the end of the day. 3v3 with a minute remaining does poses for one of the more clinching conclusions to the round.
I can only mention Cyro is going to be kicking himself after that, especially given the position his team now finds themselves in. Spruce towards red, bot holding that trophy door, just trying to cover what bases they possibly can in the face of Circular Spheres, looking to lock out the entire stage here. Crossfire coming up top Astro. They are in position to push on through and contest one of these sites at Flux. Tucked into the corner. Might cut it off, and there you have it. One kill. It's all you really need in this situation. Geordie answers it back. They need to find some avenue in. Spruce swings to the bring it to the 2v1. Cribstar has to clutch it out here. Swings on into Statuary, doesn't spot anything. That is a very exposed position. You can't be planting there trying to bait the position. He's gone too deep. He's going to find one. Needed to go for the plant, but Spruce is already around, and we are going to OT here.
Jeez, well, Dynasty already took away the full three-pointer from Circular Spheres. The first time Circular Spheres are being pressed for an OT as well, so this is looking rather good, rather promising. And 2 pointers now, the only thing, the best case scenario really left for Circular Spheres on the side of Dynasty. They are finally looking well awake. Maybe the pressure is in fact starting to get to CS, and they are starting to make some of those mistakes. Very much of a one-by-one kind of push, which doesn't particularly bode too well. Some sort of a reset needs to happen.
Well, it has. We're going to overtime.
Well, true, yeah. Well, outside of that, thank you, Panda, Captain Obvious.
Look, I've got to find some use on the broadcast, let's be honest. I'm only good for two things. One is dry humor and talking really, really quick so that no one can understand what I'm saying. So right now we're in overtime. I bet the dangerous prospect being, of course, Dynasty has 2 defense rounds to work with, and defense has been, well, for the most part, the name of the game. 3-3 halves, that's right. 2-3 halves, with both teams proving that they're capable at the end of the day. But the momentum is very much there for Dynasty.
Yeah. It's definitely not looking particularly too promising here for any sort of clarity for ourselves. But both teams certainly looking to try to take away a huge dub. Dynasty already managed to keep themselves nice and afloat and nice and rolling, but can't really make that sort of call, because before, Circular Spheres had at least some sort of resemblance of good coordination where they were able to find the frags. How is Sealy fumbling that bag is completely beyond me, but Japer takes it rather easily, and that is a lot of control now being given away. The red stairs now completely flogged.
Simple answer. He was on cameras, unfortunately. Not an ideal situation, especially given Sealy's impact on the map alone for Dynasty. Spruce and crew now having to step up in a big way to fill that void that Sealy does leave. You can see as soon as that first pick is found, the acceleration from Circular Spheres, the follow-up, Japer finds a second, in fact, with the nade. 15 and 8 to his name. Absolutely dismantling the team. Gets caught up finally, and the progress will be halted courtesy of bot.
Oh well, so far so good, but still the numbers advantage is in the hands of Circular Spheres. They could very much overpower this round, but we've seen so far a really good set of plays from Dynasty. As long as they play together, this is all that matters. But Physics right now in a position where he could completely shut things down. Bopped, phenomenal swing onto Geordie, completely destroys the Hibana play, and And that is the hard breacher. That is now no ability to make an entry into the site without going through the choke points.
Pop's not the hero this team needs, but the one they deserve in the situation. Has been quiet, but those 2 kills could almost single-handedly make up for the match that he's had so far. 3 versus 3, heading into the final 45. This is a dangerous time to be a Circular Spheres fan. A great one, potentially, to be a Get a Grip LFO fan. In all honesty, they are probably sitting there clenching their tiny hands, ready to go. This could be everything that they need to keep the hopes and dreams alive. Flux in the vault. Spruce there contesting onto the study window as well. Nitro just around the vault door. It's enough. Physics is down, looking for more. It's an absolute white. Goofed alone. Can't do a damn thing. Dynasty, after absolute heartbreak last week, are primed and ready to take down the Kings.
One more round, Panda, is all that separates Dynasty from upsetting the swing of things for Circular Spheres. Spruce, you can see the full concentration, talking it all out. That right as we just started watching his camera as well, that sigh of relief that, whew, okay, that round is done. Next one for us. And it's just like step by step by step it has been phenomenal to watch, honestly, from Dynasty. And it's been a long time coming for them to make that sort of breakthrough. And it's, it's actually, it only just now hit me, Panda. Spruce he was part of a number of rosters that, from the brink of absolute gutter of standings, were able to bring out the biggest upsets possible. You date back all the way to when Pro League was Pro League and there was no national system. He was part of the original Fury lineup that was able to upset Fnatic on Cafe back in yonks ago, almost, 3 years ago now. He was part of, I believe, Bliss as well when they were at one of their highest performances as well, albeit now arguably they're in even better position. And, well...
Going from hyping the man up to saying, you know what, the team that he was with is now better off without him.
Well, it's they were good in both sides. Sorry, let's call it that. But either way, now he's part of the Dynasty as well that is about to make an upset onto a team that has been stably a top performer in OCL as well.
I mean, it's whiplash almost. From last week to losing to the team that up until today was last on the leaderboard, to being 1 round away from taking down the #1 seed here on Villa, of course. And I mean, that is a pretty significant back and forth between 2 weeks of play.
Definitely quite a big turnaround. Now, Circular Spheres, they were showing us some big performances before with Sealy, though, getting rid of Jordy. That is a big opener. C4 gone. Oh, Sealy falls to the hands of Crimstar. Cyro picks up another one onto Physics. This is all falling apart. All of a sudden, Flux is there as well. 2 frags remaining, Panda. This is where we could see that sort of turnaround happen, but Japer might just be able to swing it all back.
Japer and Goof leading the frags for the team. This is where they need to dig deep. They need 2 apiece, and that is well and truly doable territory. The drones to come through, the Gemini as well. Japer's just going to tuck himself back into the corner of Statuary currently. Might have a bit of connection issue there. But Cyro may have lagged out here, which would mean a 3 versus 2. Chip damage and spotted. 3 versus 2. Cyro, you have to hope, you have to dream that he's still in play. Flux from top red stairs. Spruce isolated. If they can find him, this is workable. Japer playing around the chassis. Goofed in Astro. You can just feel the pressure mounting here.
Man, that will be a heartbreak and a half if off the back of that sort of lag out. This is where Dynasty crumble. 53 seconds remaining. No, Cyro's back into the swing of things. We're good for now. But the stability of the internet is probably still going to be at a very big question mark. 45 seconds and the push needs to happen soon. Japer ridsed, I believe, what was almost next to the final bit of utility in information gathering as well, so this could be big. Spruce completely cut off as well. Has to be very careful about where he approaches the play. Swing comes around, Cyro falls. This is big. Japer could be the big deal breaker. 2v1, all of a sudden it's all down to Goof. 1v1. Can we find the frag here? Goof will be the one to bring it back, but no! Flux is the one to win it!
Absolute robbery at the tail end, and Spruce justifiably amped up, of course. That was absolutely massive stuff from Dynasty. Look at Flux. Absolutely stoked. You love to see him back in this competition, hitting those shots, clutching up those rounds. Sealy, look, he doesn't really seem too fast. He's absolutely okay with it. But Cthulhu keeps not just, you know, the talk alive around Dynasty and their place in this competition, but it keeps Get a Grip LFO's chance at Pro Morello's alive in this competition. Japer, who would have thought, jumped into Twitch chat earlier and jinxed his team's chances of making it. And well, Proto, we're going to be jumping back in with you, of course. What a map that was indeed.
I did not expect that, if I'm being completely honest. In no shape or form. Dynasty last week losing to what was the bottom team in the OCL to beating the top team. I mean, that is such a stark difference between Playdays. Definitely, obviously not happy with how Playday number 5 turned out. Wanted to rectify it in Playday number 6, and that they did in spectacular fashion.
Yeah, I mean, what a way to bounce back, losing to Altered Edge in overtime to beating Circular Spheres in overtime in Cthulhu. It just goes to show that when Dynasty are at their best, they can contest the best.
Oh, yes. Absolutely. So, yeah, we were talking about, how much Dynasty needed that sort of boost in confidence, how much the initial transfer of Sealy as well meant to Dynasty, and it certainly so far panned out quite well. The tech pause as well, right at the match point, seem to have done just the right job, and I'm very much curious to hear what was said during that time.
Well, let's go have a chat to Sealy from Dynasty, hot off the back of taking down Circular Spheres. Sealy, what a match, what a play day, what a turnaround for you in Dynasty. I mean, talk us through it. Last week, you lose to Altered Edge. This week, you take down Circular Spheres. What went in to this last week of prep?
Yeah, look, a bit of a mixed bag of results, isn't it? Losing to the bottom team in OT and then beating the top team in OT. Not enjoying going to OT every time, but I'm happy we win this one. Wish we won last week, but what can you do?
Fair enough. Look, I mean, that match point timeout that you guys had, because obviously things were looking a little bit of a back and forth. And just as, Circular Spheres brought it to the 6th point, what was said during that, not OT, but during that sort of break? Because it seemed to have completely revitalized you guys.
Not a lot. It was more of just a mental reset. I don't know if the cast or the observers would have noticed it, but Syra was lagging out pretty much every round. Like on that last round there, he was just stuck in place and he couldn't move. So most rounds it was a 4v5. So we just took that to mentally reset. Like, we knew what was going wrong. Like, we were just, over-aggroing. Like, I was dying first a lot because I'm an idiot. But it was just a mental reset. And obviously, calm ourselves down and then focus back up.
And I mean, in comparison to what we saw last week from you guys, playstyle-wise, was there any big change made into what you were bringing, even in regards to roles or what was sort of going on behind the scenes? Because, as you said, a very stark difference in results. So what was the change coming into tonight's matchup?
I think we just cleared our mental a lot more. Like, the production quarter last week, I was very tilted, like me mentally. I just wasn't in the game last week. We were all very just angry. One thing about last week as well, the round where the guy stuck the kit on bank, Syra lagged out as well on that round, by the way. That's why we lost that, because he was going to nade the guy defusing and he lagged out. So that was good. It's just focusing up, like keeping our mental calm. Just, not playing so aggro. Like we were feeding so many picks on bank, and this game we just try and get to the end round because we knew Spheres' executes aren't like that great. Their talent is in the early round.
Well, I mean, look, diligence shows, and you guys put in the hard work. You made the changes necessary, and you've taken down the Circular Spheres. And look, you've kept Get a Grip LFO's dreams alive of promo rallies. Did that maybe play a bit of a part into, just a bit of spite, maybe?
Oh, well, of course, because River's my longtime friend. I've known him for nearly 5 years, so just got to help the boy out, let him flourish a bit. So yeah, give him another good chance to get the promos.
Well, look, congratulations. It was a very impressive match from you and the team. Before we let you head off, though, Sealy, anyone you'd like to shout out?
Just shout out anyone who watched and supported us. Again, as always, shout out my mate User, my gym mate. Yeah, that's all. And thank you guys for casting.
Unfortunately, I don't know if User was watching tonight, but congratulations. We'll look to see you again for Playday 7. Sealy and crew, what a match for them tonight. Impressive stuff. They put in the work, and it truly showed tonight, Proto.
It did. It really did. I mean, a lot of teams have a lot of interesting stories now to come from. I mean, Altered Edge possibly avoiding relegations. I mean, we've got the hopes alive for Get a Grip. Dynasty go from losing to the worst to beating the best. I mean, we really got a multitude of things go on this evening, and it has really been eye-opening.
Well, look, let's have a look at how today played out. The results on board. Map 1, 7-1. Get a Grip picking up the win, keeping the hopes alive. Big Dogs lose out to 16-20 Kings 7-4. Obviously, that unfortunate forfeit for Altered Zelios, giving Altered Edge a full regulation win. And Dynasty, emotional whiplash as it was, bounced back after last week's loss to Altered Edge to take down Circular Spheres 8-6. I mean, Cthulhu, starting off the Playday, it was how we expected it to go. The second half, anything but.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I definitely would have loved to see the continuation of the Altered Zealous versus Altered Edge, but unfortunately, yeah, technical issues certainly prevented us from that. But yeah, the Circular Spheres versus Dynasty, my god, that was a treat.
Let's have a look at the standings and see where they are, get confirmation on whether or not I am wrong and my maths is there, but look at it. Look at it, Proto. 1 point separating Circular Spheres and Get a Grip. The rest of the teams, they're far and clear, but that race is on. It comes down to Playday 7.
It does. It really does. And Playday 7 is going to be telling, Panda. I mean, everything so far. There is so much separated by 1 point. I mean, it's the same for, well, it's the same for Big Dogs Dynasty and 1620. I mean, a point separates all three of them. So anything is up for grabs next Playday.
I mean, the crazy thing is, so next week, Get a Grip, take on Dynasty, who just took down Circular Spheres, who lost to Altered Edge. Altered Edge being Spheres' opponent next week. Cthulhu. I mean, that has to up the stakes just that little bit more. This triangle, this square of teams that could potentially knock each other out of those possible positions. What do you rate it? How do you rate it? Do Get a Grip LFO use this and leapfrog into first come next week?
There is a possibility of that, absolutely. I'll have to agree with you here, Panda. But look, I mean, as much as we want to see the Cinderella story for AE to keep on continue running, against Circular Spheres, it will be quite a whole new level for AE to really take on. So no matter what, it will be a David versus Goliath kind of matchup. Dynasty versus Antic, though, this is where, look, already Dynasty pulled in one upset. What stops them from pulling yet another?
Well, the truth of the matter is, it is all or nothing next week, of course. Get a Grip LFO have to win in regulation with Circular Spheres losing. There is no half measures. It is absolutely all on the cards, but unfortunately, you have to wait until next Tuesday for that to happen. So until then, we'll see you. Have a good night. Stay safe.
Stuck in my routines, I know. Our last trip was ages ago. Ages ago. My heart is on a plane to Tokyo, 1,000 miles away from where I am. I go all the way by bicycle just to see your face in Tokyo.
I went from nothing to something overnight. Sweeping hair, I made a little thing go inside. Though supposed to be close for saying you'll never make it. Yeah, right. I've had the street my whole pretty life. So fighting demons and working through strife. I wanna run around, but you said you'll never make it. Changing. Change it. 'Cause everybody tryna tell me what to do. Change it. Butterfly alone while I am changing. Why don't you people just do it? Can't pull me out like a rabbit from a hat 'cause I'm changing. Everybody, I'm changing. My papa told me, girl, you'll be alright. Don't surrender, see it through, put up a fight. Though supposed to be close, we're saying you'll never make it. My sister said you think you're a superstar. I said watch your space or run round, yo. I wanna run around, and you said you'll never make it. Changing. Change it.